We about to take it back. About to take it back. Back to when I just started doing this shit. We gonna just start this motherfucker. If you know, you know.
Pulling up in that new toy, the wrist on that boy, rock star like Pink Floyd, waving at rude boy, I'm waving at you boy, ran off on the plug too like True Goy, imagine me do boy, you can never do what I do boy, still ducking shit that I did boy, niggas in Paris for a hit boy, these ain't the same type of hits boy, shit can get litter than lit boy, you don't take these type of risks boy, cause this boy been throwing that D like Rich boy, you miss boy, your numbers don't add up on the blow, that was 10 years ago, if you know, you know. Yeah. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. This thing of ours, oh this thing of ours, a fraternity of drug dealers ringing off. I just happen to be alumni. Too legit, they still looking at me with one eye. The company I keep is not corporate enough. Child rebel soldier, you ain't orphan enough. A rapper turned trapper can't morph into us, but a trapper turned rapper can morph into Puff. Dance contest for the smokers. I predict Snow Owl Roker. If you know, you know. I only ever looked up to Sosa. You all get a bird, this nigga Oprah. Bricklayers in ball shorts, coaching from the side of the ball court. If you know, you know. One stop like a Walmart. We got the tennis balls for the wrong sport. You know, you know. If you know about the carport, them trap doors supposed to be awkward. If you know, you know. That's the reason we ball for. Circle round twice for the encore. If you know, you know. You ever been hit with the water weight, then had to wait? Do you walk away? If you know, you know. When we all clicking like Golden State, and you and your team are the motorcade. You know, you know.
Untouchable, uncrushable. Running in a 600. Running in a 600. Untouchable, uncrushable. Running in a 600. Running in a 600.
Yeah. I drops every blue moon to separate myself from you kings of the YouTube. I am more YouTube. I am like Bono with the edge. In Mexico, fuck Donald and his pledge. Legend has it, the wrist is magic. The left is Paddock for leaps, replaced by Matsuhisa. Ignore most requests for the feature, unless it's getting played on the beach in Ibiza. While she fucking Nisha, and she sucking Shisha. Can't you see my total? Pam, Kima, Keisha. I'm aiming for the moguls. Why y'all niggas aiming at the locals? And rap niggas broke like them, they mere hopeful. Still wishing on a star. The last one to find out the baby on the cars. The final trilogy of Jaws. The grill's like interior gauze. It feels like steel white. Matching my Sony, looks African on me. They trying to pin this trafficking on me like man on Tony.
See little shit like that lets me further know.
Valentino Summers and Wave Runners. Chains on my niggas like slave runners. Drug dealers anonymous. How many Madonnas can that Mazda fit? My brick talk is more than obvious, it's ominous. Garage is the phantom. Ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. Blonde mohawk, the collection. I'm Dennis Rodman. The money count is the only moment of silence. Cause hush money balances all this drugs and violence. Hat trick under my mattress. Date I stop steal has an asterisk after it. After all, I can make a call. I can baptize a brick as I wash away my sins like a Catholic. Who the fucking master this? America's nightmares and Flint. Children of a lesser God when your melanin's got a tint. And I can't even mention what I sent or what I spent. Cause my name in 18-wheelers is evidence. I put my booze in them cruise collections. Life's a bitch, A to Z on her shoe collection. Take your pick, paid in full like 86 G's on my body. The new Gucci has less monogram. God's got him. Let he without sin cast the first stone. So I built that all glass quad level first home. Shatter all of your misconceptions. Hold all of the missing weapons. You thought I would miss my blessing. The ultimate misdirection. Yeah.
he sold crack cocaine.
Federico Fellini in the flesh. Sergio Cicchini inside his mesh. Bitch, I've been bracking since the 80s. Google me, baby, you crazy. 89 in London pulling Benz up. Type it in, Google's your friend, bruh. 14-year drug dealer and still counting. Who deserves the medal of freedom is my accountant. He been hula hooping through loopholes, working round shift. IRS shoulda had the townhouses surrounded. Thanks to the lawyers, I marbled the foyer, I tore the floor up, yeah, that's for the koi fish. We been dining on oysters. I walked through the garage, it's like multiple choices. I told him pull a Royce up, I'm getting ghosts. I'm hearing noises, I think it's the boys, but I've been banking at Deutsche. We got storefronts, we got employee stubs. We've been opening studios and 40/40s up. The paper trail is gorgeous. Cases we bury some before reasonable doubt drop. The jury hung. Bling bling. Every time I come around your city, bling bling. My tenure took me through Virginia. Ask Teddy Riley about me. Ask the federales about me. Try to build a cell around me. Snatch my nigga Emery up. Try to get him to tell about me. He told 12, give me 12. He told him to go to hell about me. Drug dealers anonymous. Y'all think Uber's the future? Our cars been autonomous. Mules move the drums, take them to different spots. We just call the shots by simply moving our thumbs. I'm a course of miracles with this shit. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists.
You raggedy bitch. See, little shit like that lets me further know what it is you really do.
Nah, man. As always, put my microphone up. God damn it. As always, what it do, y'all? What it do, y'all? I'm the host with the motherfucking most. Chill, motherfucking Murray. You are now tuned in live from the spot. Shout out to everybody tuning in, not tuning in. You know how we do and how we rock. I should have sent a memo out. Why did my dumb ass do that? I put a memo out earlier. Right? I put a memo out earlier of me going live tonight. It's supposed to be like an hour ago, but I had to put some shit together. I put a memo out being live tonight, but it wasn't gonna be on YouTube. It was not gonna be on YouTube, and reason for it is because of the things that I have. I didn't want to copyright infringement or anything like that, or any bullshit that, would possibly get it down. So I said to myself, let me record it first on YouTube. On Twitch. Then I would be able to upload it on the Patreon. And whatever edits I need to make, I would put on YouTube after the fact. And if they tell me, hey, you got to take this down, I'll take it out. But I wanted to make the full unedited version first here on Twitch. That way it would be no setbacks as far as that goes. So let me at least make a little reminder for people. Right there. So at least people do have it in case they want to, tune in. In case they want to tune in. Twitch is a little bit faster, too, with the chat, too. So I will see things a lot. Yeah. I'll see things a lot easier. All right. So where do we start? Where do we start from here? Just to bring people up to speed on why we're doing this evening. So recently, Jay-Z and Pusha T have been named in the Epstein Files. Now, if you've been following the channel over the years, this isn't even that shocking to you. This isn't that shocking to you. It's shocking to a lot of people that, weren't following the information or the paper trail, as Jay put it, Those that weren't following it had no idea or or in denial even. That's the funniest thing about that. Let me talk about that real quick, right? So, for example, right? I'm not gonna be on the camera tonight. I'm just letting y'all know that now. I'm not gonna be on camera tonight. But for example, right? The other day, I had made a post about, and we're gonna get into that later on, the Backstage movie, and how Harvey and Bob were in the credits. I said, take a look at the credits. This is 2000. Everyone's like, that's 2000. They said this was in 1996. He ain't no Harvey back then. He was still getting. I'm like, shout out to my dude. Back home too. Because this isn't to diss him or anything like that. What I was saying was, I was even showing pictures of like, yo, Jay has been down with like the Masons for a minute. Jay is, been rich for a minute. Like, why is it so far fetched that he knew Harvey Weinstein back then? Why is it far fetched that he was around Harvey Weinstein? Like, why? You know what I mean? So it's like people are in such denial of even the fact that this even happened with Jay. People are, and the crazy thing is nobody's saying shit about being in denial with Push. That's the fucked up part. Ain't nobody denying Push. Ain't nobody saying, nah, Push ain't do shit. Ain't nobody saying that. Ain't nobody saying that about Push. But, and that's why this is going to be a two-parter too, because we got to do Push's second one. Because we only have minimal information for Push's right now. I'll be honest. Push's track record is very silent. His, I would say, is more silent out of everybody's in this entire ring. He's a lot. I would say out of everybody, the reason why everybody's not necessarily looking at him in the media too tough is because he has never been that huge, and because of what he was possibly doing allegedly back then, or even now still. That is the reason why his paper trail, you could say, or even his trail to begin with, is a little bit harder to find because he hasn't been that big of a rapper. He's never been that huge of a rapper. Whereas on the other hand, Jay-Z is the husband of Beyonce. He's the multi-time Grammy winner, multi-million-dollar album seller. Pusha has none of those accolades. He has the clips, and he's an amazing rapper. In fact, he's one of the top 10 rappers, arguably. So, alive, period. So, with that, you have way more public information on one person than you do the other. So, with that being said, we're going to cover the bigger information on the more public person that is in the media, which is Jay-Z today. We will focus on him and Harvey Weinstein's relationship, but I do have some things also from the Epstein Files. So I'm just going to start this, of course. Just wanted to give a brief introduction to what we're covering here tonight. We're going to start with a video of Sloan Bella talking about everything that was going to be happening with Jay-Z in the next, I want to say 6 years. Next 3 to 6 years. Everything that's going to be happening with him. But this video came out, I want to say, a year and a half ago. About a year and a half ago. I think this happened, this video was made in 2024, I believe. Or the beginning of 2025, maybe. So, Sloan Bella made a video literally breaking down a future timeline of things that will be happening to Jay-Z. And so far, everything she has said has happened to a T. Very similar to what happened with Diddy. She got a premonition. I'll give you a quick background of Sloan Bella. Sloan Bella got the premonition by talking to the spirit of Kim Porter about Diddy. And everything that happened to Diddy, Sloan Bella was able to not only predict, but down to a T, everything that happened to Diddy, Sloan Bella had said was going to happen previously in her videos. I mean, every single thing from the day that he was going to be arrested, the day that the raid was going to happen, ironically was on the anniversary of Biggie Smalls' life after death. It was little things that were happening spiritually to Diddy And Sloan Bella had already predicted. So Sloan Bella had did a video on Jay-Z and Beyonce and the future of them and what will be happening to them over the next few years. And so far, those things have now come to fruition to where we are today with Jay-Z's name being in the Epstein Files with a very detailed document at that. So without further ado, I'm going to let Sloan Bella take it away.
I'm Sloan from SloanBella.com, and I'm back with another energetically channeled video. Now, this person is alive currently, and this is the energy around the circumstances. Now, I will tell you right off the bat, immediately, I pick up the year 2036. Now, that's, what is that, 12 years from now? So 2036 is a key playing time for the ending of this person's reign of power, systematically following through until that time frame, but completely eradicated at that time. So the energy of this person's empire is slowly collapsing. Now, when you look at a person's empire or what they produce or what they create, that extends to family members and everybody down the line, okay? So systematically, which is really interesting because what I get is this particular person who has acquired, probably was the first hip hop billionaire in 2019, so they say, has acquired so much wealth and power over the masses, along with his very famous wife. And when you look at it, they're very famous children because, of course, when the parents are celebrities, the children come into play in the public eye. But this particular person is winding down energetically. And I see a complete brick wall shut right in front of this person. So no matter how they try to get around what is coming for them, by the year 2036, we are done. So 2030, 2036. So as soon as we hit the agenda of 2030, 6 years later, we are done. So this particular powerful person no longer has reign over what is going on in the public eye.
Now, while she's saying that, the crazier part is we are now in the 10-year, pretty much the 10-year gap. 2036 and 2026. We're now in 2026 right now, and things are starting to happen to Jay. And she's saying by 2030, really, Jay's limelight is going to be cease to exist. But by 2036, he will cease to exist, is what I'm really predicting of what she's, gathering here. Not necessarily Jay-Z's reign over the hip-hop industry in 2036. I don't think it's going to take that long. I think his not even his reign over the hip hop industry, his reign over with power in general, as far as his billions and things like that, I think that is going to happen a lot sooner than 2036. I think the actual demise of Jay-Z will happen in 2036. We're talking about someone that's 50 years old already. Okay, we're not talking about someone that's a spring chicken in the 20s and 30s. We're talking about someone that is already 50 years old. Okay, so we're not talking about waiting until he's 60, 70 years old to, lose his power in the industry. I think his actual time of being on this earth probably will be 2036 if what I'm gathering is right in what she's saying. The timeline that she's talking about as far as, his losing value of everything is beginning now up until 2030, similar to what happened with Diddy and him losing all of his fortunes. That part of the phase is happening right now and will happen all the way up until 2030, to where over those next 6 years after 2030 is pretty much we're either in possible forgiveness stage of him and it's already too late, or he's just living out his last years period between 2030 and 2036.
Okay, or in the music industry. There is a complete takedown of this energy right now. And I go through so many people around him. It's not...
See what I mean? See how she said that? It's a takedown of his energy right now.
Just him. He's the one that took the bait and took the power. But remember, when you take the power, they're always coming for your power. We see that everywhere we go. We see that in any business, little restaurants, all the way up to huge corporations, to huge public celebrities. So who am I talking about? I'm talking about Jay-Z, if you didn't figure it out, with his very famous wife. And there was a lot of stuff online that had him as a Pisces rising. You know me, I'm not going to buy that when you're that articulate. He's pretty articulate and pretty focused. Perhaps that's not going to be Pisces rising. I found more other sources that put him at a Virgo rising, which makes perfect sense to me given that he married a Virgo and that Virgo plays an integral role in his power. So I'm talking about Jay-Z, who was born on December 4th of 1969. He is an Earth rooster. Now it's interesting because roosters are the bossies of the zodiac, Chinese astrology. They are the directors, the dictators. So they're going to tell you how it's done, which really, when you're in a position of power career-wise, this would be something that would be a benefit to your personality. So he is an Earth rooster, controlled and possessed by earthbound things. Okay, so the things that we manifest on Earth, you know, the money, the power, the fame that we're taught here. We're born into families and we just grow up and we're told, you know, you want to aspire to be this guy because he's a billionaire. And they all have fake stories. Now I want to point that out. Fake stories about the nonsense on how they started and how they got to where they are. That's not entirely true. So I never want anybody to believe these stories of rags to riches bullshit, because it's bullshit. Anyway, energetically speaking, Jay-Z is a Libra moon, Sun in Sagittarius, and Virgo rising. Now, what I found so interesting is he has Pluto on the ascendant. It's not a tight conjunction, but it is within orb of a conjunction. Okay, so orb degree of a conjunction. So when we have Pluto close to the ascendant, number one, that acts, regardless of the sign it's in, okay, it acts like a Scorpio rising. So we are never going to know the truth about this person because Pluto on the ascendant is like, I either invite you in or I shut the door. Okay, the door is being shut on him right now, by the way. Anyway, he is a Virgo rising, Pluto in Virgo on the ascendant. Now, Pluto is out of sign conjunction to the moon in Libra. Beyonce has a Libra rising, according to online, and she is a Virgo. So this makes perfect sense. Her sun sits on his ascendant. His moon, it's a mutual reception. His moon sits on her ascendant. On an emotional level, she is exactly what he envisions for himself. Exactly that. Now, he has an out of sign conjunction from Pluto to the moon, and then conjunct Uranus. Now, that is very hard to control in Libra. It's also unique. So the way that he thinks on an emotional level and the way that his women are, starting with his mother, all the way back to his mother and any female relatives that kind of shaped who he is, it's an ingenious type of energy because it's connected to Uranus. And Uranus in Libra is creatively, well, number one, it's visually, creatively, artistically, aesthetically pleasing to the public. So there would be that. Now, Uranus is conjunct the second house. You can be damn sure this man uses astrology. I'm going to say that. He uses astrology and he makes his money in unique and odd ways, which he does have facets in clothing and alcohol, a lot like the P. Diddy shit, which is code for I need to get rid of mass amounts of money from other type of work I'm doing. And how do I do that? I open up businesses and I run my money through these different businesses. This is just what I see with this. So he's got Uranus conjuncting the second house. Neptune conjunct Venus in Scorpio. Oh my God. Okay, so anyway, Venus in Scorpio is a sneaky one because it starts off all sexual for the purpose of sex. Like, I want to get with you. Neptune is there, which adds a spiritual element and or a delusional element, okay? Could be delusional or spiritual or spiritually delusional. Like, this is my queen and I'm her king and we're going to be together as they act in public. in the lay terms with people in day-to-day life, Venus conjunct Neptune can be very difficult because you don't see the person as they are. You can hold them on a pedestal and devalue them equally as quickly, which can be very difficult for the relationship if you're the one being devalued or put on a pedestal, because nobody wants either one. You just want to be seen as you are, actually, technically. So we have Sun and Mercury conjunct in Sag. Now this is a smart man. This is smart and it's articulate. It's in Sagittarius. Now, because he's born on December 4th and has a Saturn retrograde in Taurus in the 8th house. So Saturn retrograde instantly, automatically removes the father's influence from your life. Now, what do I mean by that? It can mean you have a working father who does not have time to come home and spend time with the kids. It can mean that your father's locked up in jail. It can mean that your father has no interest in being a father and or karmically wasn't told he was the father of you. So it can bring about so much in a person's chart. But the person who owns the Saturn retrograde, meaning the person with Saturn retrograde in their chart, it basically opens them up to the idea that they walk alone without the support of the father figure, whomever it is. It doesn't mean other people don't step in, all of that. But the father of origin, the birth father, is absent. And subsequent fathers after are absent. The 4th of the month, every month, all the way from January all the way through to Pisces, like beginning of the year to the end of the year, which is December, actually not Pisces, from Aries to Pisces. I was doing from the 1st of the year. Anyway, Aries is actually the 1st of the year. We know this, but they screw with us with the calendar. Anyway, from Aries to Pisces, anybody born on the 4th of the month is absent a father figure. And as a result of, makes their own creative expression, if they are male, as what they are supposed to be. So they pattern themselves over somebody else's energy paternally or father figure wise. Saturn retrograde adds to that. So we have a 4 and we have a Saturn retrograde. Then when we have Saturn in Taurus, oh my God. Okay, so Saturn is ruled by Capricorn naturally, or rules Capricorn, which is an earth sign, rules the 10th house. When you have Saturn in another earth sign, and especially Taurus, which they say rules Venus, but I actually believe rules the earth. So what we do here on earth. So when you have Saturn in Taurus, okay, in the 8th house, this is earthly pleasures. Earthly pleasures, Saturn in the 8th is often a significant factor, and it's retrograde, in the abuse of a child, okay? So Saturn in the 8th. They are privy to things that they shouldn't be, sexually, financially, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, okay, that they should not be privy to early on in life. And with Saturn in Taurus and then Venus in Scorpio with Neptune, this would be something that was presented to him probably around the age of 6, looking at his chart, if this is the chart that is actually his. It's so hard to know because they just, whatever. So that's just a basic outline of the chart. Now, when you look at Beyonce's chart, I have it written down somewhere here. When you look at Beyonce's chart, Beyonce has a Scorpio moon. That Scorpio moon sits right in between his Neptune and his Venus. So on an emotional level, she's willing to play into the delusion that he presents to her, if you would like to word it that way, which I'm going to word it that way. And then we have Sun in Virgo. So her sun, she's born on September 4th, her sun in 1981, her sun in Virgo sits literally on his ascendant. So she is looking for the expression of that kind of man. And because his Pluto is conjuncting her sun, which sits on his ascendant, he is in control of her, whether she thinks so or not, whether she's the moneymaker or not. Shake your moneymaker, she is the moneymaker. He is the one procuring the moneymaker out in public. So she was handed off to him. This was a buyout deal, so to speak. So we have that. We have her with a 20-degree Libra ascendant, which puts his
I've been trying to pause it for the past 30 seconds, this goddamn computer. So with that being said, right, and I broke this down in the documentary Iceberg Slim one. You guys can watch that on the Patreon. I have a version of YouTube uploaded, but it's like an edited version for YouTube. Beyonce, we had covered that Matthew Knowles, her father, kind of pretty much, sold Beyonce to Jay-Z, if you will. Her actual career was pre-planned through him. I remember back when we did the documentary and we were looking at the videos of Matthew Knowles, and he deliberately said, it was pretty much like a handoff. The marriage was like a handoff. And it was pretty much a deal, and Matthew thinking like $20 or $30 million or something like that when he sold his label. So pretty much it was the Jay-Z negotiated and helped him get the deal done to help sell the label to get the millions for it as in return for Beyonce. So again, what Sloan Bella is saying is very true. It was a handoff business relationship. It was never, and then that has come to fruition over the years that Beyonce and Jay-Z are not, in fact, really that much in love, and the perception is that, but it was always a business relationship between the two to make each other popular. It was never a thing of actual love. And even back in the day when they actually first started, and I'll play some videos of that. Back in the day when Beyonce was just young, dumb, and naive, as most young kids are, she had no idea what she was pretty much getting put into. But as any young person, you don't necessarily care about the futures of things when you have the glitz and glamour right and the money and everything right in front of you, and the money and the power and everything. You don't think about those consequences of what about what this person is doing behind the scenes and things like that. You don't know. Same thing with Kim Porter, right? You don't know about the ins and outs of the person that you're dating or dealing with until you're deep into the game already. So by then it's either it's too late and you can't do anything, or you say something and something happens to you, or even, you lose your entire career behind that type of thing. You know what I mean? If she was to say something and speak up. That's why she's saying that, he's always been in control, because it was his business arrangement to begin with Matthew to have Beyonce.
Moon and Uranus onto her ascendant, okay? Like literally. So these two are together like this, like they fit. Jagged edges, piece of puzzle, they fit. They actually fit together. That's why when I saw online the Pisces rising, I'm like, it's not Pisces rising. That could flip it to the 7th house, but he's more like a first house Pluto in Virgo if I saw one. He's blunt, straightforward, speaks like, directly speaks the way that he speaks. Now, what do I see happening with him energetically? I see the next 3 years. So we are in 2024. This is whatever month this is. This is March, the beginning of 2024. So we are headed for the next 3 years, 25, 26, and 27, with the beginning initial stages of the knockdown when it comes to Jay-Z. He is not next in line. He is second to next in line. I get a real kind of focus between him, Chris Brown, and MC Hammer. Okay, so they're kind of all coming around and they're all linked. We know P. Diddy's going down. So, and that was said by his ex-wife, and that video I did last June. But Jay-Z is a different story because he's still attached to a hierarchy which encompasses financial, political, and just basically public. So he's not absolutely going to be taken down yet. The next 3 years, yes. There are steps where if he doesn't fall into line, he is going to be shaken up. Now, what I do see 3 years from now, him, his wife, and his kid. I don't know if there's more than one kid. There might be more than one kid. I can't remember with everybody who has kids. But anyway, him, his kid, and his wife, I see them with suitcases. And I literally see them leaving. So their residence will no longer be in the United States. This is what I'm seeing. And this happens by 2027, if not sooner. 2025 through 2027. There is a leaving of the energy here, and there is a flipping of his personality. So what I'm seeing is a complete shift in his personality. So what does that mean? It means that on a representative way, so how I present myself outwardly, this changes. So now I change my tune, put on another mask, and I present myself outwardly in a different fashion. He thinks he can escape by doing that. If I present myself this way, the public will see me this way and nothing will happen to me. Now, he's definitely 100% energetically connected to the different hierarchies on the other side. So this man understands metaphysical principles, occult principles, how to use those principles, and how to move through different layers of energy himself. No questions asked. The reason that he is in the music industry is because of his finely tuned ability to walk a line between what you and I see and where they go, which is different, which is why they have a different lifestyle than us. It's not because they're better or more creative. Understand what you're looking at when you see somebody like Jay-Z is somebody who took an opportunity, Saturn in Taurus, okay, retrograde. Somebody who took an opportunity to step out of a comfort zone and into one that they thought, and this is a greed level, I want fame, I want success, I want money. It's not just I'm a businessman. And he is using his queen, which is Queen B, Beyonce, to help him maneuver in that fashion. But it's interesting because what I see is the wax is melting on the candle. So that tells me something as I'm saying it, that these two engage in ritual expression, involved with fire, candle magic, which is really kind of novice. Like there's higher levels. Candle magic is a novice beginner way to manipulate energy, but I'm seeing them melt like wax candles. So the facade that they both have and that their family has is actually crumbling right now. You will see it within 3 years. There are legal troubles for Jay-Z that come up in November, and they come attached to another person, but not a person that you actually think, which would be P. Diddy spilling the beans as he gets dragged into court. No, it's not P. Diddy. It is somebody else. And I'm kind of swinging around to Justin Bieber. Like I'm looking at the people up there, and I'm kind of torn between Chris Brown and Justin Bieber. But I'm going the Justin Bieber way here because Bieber is involved in this sideways. Okay, so there's a sideways connection to Bieber, which I'm sure they're all in the industry, different forms of expression, but they're all in the industry. So this makes sense to me. And then when I look at Jay-Z and Beyonce, I see the fading on the candle. The wax is melting. They are what we would consider to be high-level government experiments. I'm going to put it that way. It doesn't start off that way. But that's what they are. That's the cat jumping in for her opinion. She feels like she needs to talk. Anyway, their expression is this is a government operation, and it's no longer working. So their Jay-Z will be brought back and remolded in a different form. So they really have no ability to control the outcome of what is going to be happening. Okay, this is ridiculous. Cat, hold on. Get down. Come on, get down. Sorry, y'all. Anyway, she's gone. She's gone. She's not going to distract me over there, stalking me for lunch. Anyhow, the government, okay, and it is a government or it is a authoritative takedown of they're switching midline of what they feel people want to hear or what people want to have happen. So they are taking their public people and they are saying, okay, we take these people and we're going to reinvent them so they're more palatable in a different way. Only thing is it's not going to be more palatable. So I am seeing the face of Jay-Z and Beyonce kind of shifting in the next 3 years. So by 2027, they no longer wield the public power that you think they do, and they will have to approach you in a different way. Now, on an energetic level, what I'm being told about Jay-Z is that he has investments in all kinds of mind technology, aka Elon Musk. but I'm not sure it's through Elon Musk. It's in other countries, other kinds of capital venture towards the controlling of the human mindset. He has allowed portions of what he chooses to do in his life.
Now, I'm pausing it here, literally because, let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Brain manipulation, right? They're calling it a mental breakdown, but no. Where is it? Where are her tweets? Where are her tweets? Miss Nicki Minaj has been on a rampage tweeting. Ah, here it is. Here it is. Says it verbatim. Says maybe I should discuss the brainwashing techniques they use. That was one of her most recent tweets. 2 days ago.
Into a consciousness center where people can tap into being him. So it's almost a robotic stance where...
Also, now that my mind's running, shout out to Surprise Witness TV. She actually had BJ Investigates. She actually had done a video, and I showed you guys here on the channel, of the brain manipulation experiment that happened to a young lady, and the case was dismissed years ago. That literally involved Jay-Z's name in it. So think about that.
You yourself can put the goggles on and learn how to live Jay-Z's life. He's agreed to do this. So he's kind of a captive, but in a public form, and has no cognitive or conscious awareness of this. That's a weird thing to say, but that's just the way, that's the energy I'm picking up on. No conscious awareness of what's going on around him. Also, keep in mind, they are very much, and here's what I'm getting. I am getting both Jay-Z and Beyonce, because see, he procures her out there. He is her handler, and he is the one that pushes her out there public, and then he profits off her. So we're looking at, and I don't care how much talent you think they have. I don't care how much talent you think they have. She was chosen for him. It is a karmic thing looking at their chart, but she was chosen for him in order to help him get where he needed to go. So she's the muse, but let's use this in a different way. Sometimes we use the word muse in the terms of profiteering off of it. He's very aware of entertainers, male and female, where he needs to go to keep his money coming in, and what he's actually selling. Now, this connects him to R. Kelly. High level pimping and pandering for the music industry through the trafficking. My camera cut off when I said trafficking. Through the trafficking of human beings, okay? So I'm going to put that out there in that fashion. We, you, me, them, we're going to start seeing through the veil when it comes to Jay-Z, and within 3 years, public favor is removed. Now, he's not the first one to go down behind P. Diddy, but he's a close second. So it's a combination that's coming after him. And when they take him down, they're going to take Beyonce down behind him. And it's going to start crumbling, okay? So it's the next 3 years. On an energy level, what this is it is, understand, when you do occultist high level, and Jay-Z is a high level occultist, as is Beyonce. When you're involved in high level entity conjuring, which they are, when you're involved in that kind of high level type of giving yourself over to those energies, you are not really in control of what happens after a certain point. Like, no matter what anybody says, no matter how big and strong and special they think they are, when you let something into your body and you think you can control it, that's because they've let you think that you can control it, not that you can control it, okay? So when you're looking at that, I want you to understand that there is a point in time where people become known and are pushed in the direction where they can no longer get into the physical vessel or the husk. They're kind of like husky. Now, this brings me to another weird energy. When I'm looking, okay, when I'm looking at the children of a lot of celebrity people, I realize that these are, I'll use the word synthetics, but they act synthetic. I'm not saying they're not human. I'm just saying synthetically inclined. I can't read the energy. And if I can't read the energy as a barometer, if I can't look at you in the eyes and read your energy and see what you're doing, then there is something that is blocking me from doing so. And now it can be a block by them, but it can also be because they come from a different origin source, okay? So what they've done in our society is they've gotten us so used to in vitro and having babies in test tubes. Do we really know if someone chooses to do that in a higher echelon, the elite as they call them, in a higher echelon, do we really know exactly what is going to happen with those creations? Because we don't. And Jay-Z and Beyonce are kind of at that level where we're not really sure where that energy came from. Whatever, it's blocked. Now, they can put a protection spell around their kid. And if I were them, I would, because the public is also crazy, okay? So the public can be crazy and they can be crazy. When I look at this, though, I see and am inclined to think that there's a lot more going on. There's a lot of substituting of energy with these two. And there's a lot of moving in the direction. And if you've ever been backstage at a concert and you watch people perform, when they come back into their physical vessel, their body, from being out of their body while they're performing, it's quite a sight. And I have seen it personally. I'm not with Beyonce and Jay-Z, but I have seen it personally. It's quite a sight to see someone come back into the physical after being out of the physical. The reason that they're out of the physical is so that they can harness powerful energy to entice people who are watching, which is what these guys are doing. Now, having said that, I get Jay-Z connected to Clive Davis, connected to P. Diddy, and so there's a succession of things happening. Clive is old right now, so he's probably next in line, but I'm kind of shooting off with Chris Brown, and then I'm shooting off with Justin Bieber, and then I'm kind of going to MC Hammer. Like, it's happening. These people are being used on different levels to take other people's money, clean it, move things all about the country under the guise of their creative talents. Now, Jay-Z, this is going to come to a screeching halt. Screeching halt. Russell Simmons pops up in the conversation, okay? In the conversation. So I have not heard head nor tail of Russell Simmons. He pops right in right now for months. I mean, he went off somewhere and who the hell knows where he went. Those words, that hiding, will come to play in the future months. We are going to see conversation from Russell Simmons. It's either behind the scenes, something that is going to bring about a change in how the public looks at Jay-Z. There's like all kinds of things going on. He has a target directed at him because people want him found out. Beyonce does as well. This is what they're doing. Changing the candle wax, upping the game, upping the ante. The energy is very, very odd, but this is what I feel. So it's 3 years, and then in the year 2036, it no longer exists. He is a expression of his former self, and that former self is contained in such a way that we don't recognize it, and it doesn't have the power that it wields right now. So we are in a long line of circumstances happening right now with a takedown, and it's just waiting for them to be taken down, and they've been promised otherwise. They have been promised otherwise. They Jay-Z, Beyonce, all of the other ones I mentioned, but this is about Jay-Z. They are in the process. Now, what I am seeing is Jay-Z's beginning, okay? So the succession of being unraveled in the next 3 years starts with a burglary of something. So Jay-Z is in the process of having some connection to missing burglarized items, and it's going to come up around him. That's the first marker. And I'm not sure what it is he steals. I don't know if this is a stolen song, a stolen item, a stolen car. I don't know what it is. But it is a burglary of something I have stolen, and now I'm being accused of taking this. And that is the beginning of it, because they will start nosing around with him. So there's like a lot of nosing around. It's in the theft of something. And by theft, I don't quite know what I mean by that, but it's by the theft of something. And when you look at that, it just draws attention to him, and they don't like attention drawn to them. I also feel, forgive me for saying this, I sound really weird, but I also feel that when they sleep at night, they sleep in coffins. So what do I mean by that? They sleep not like you and I. They sleep in a different way, and they don't sleep till we get up. So there's a whole other shift in energy. If you were to get, they're like underground. Maybe that's what I want to say. It's an underground energy that is not observed by most people on this planet. So the behavior is beneath the surface, and that is part of what is going to be their unraveling. It's very weird energy, and I'm like all over the place again, but that is going to be the unraveling, is that they are connected energetically to a different source. And I see them connected through the solar plexus. So they hang, okay, so hang, like from the stomach, hang, like when you rise up out of the body, meaning they're not presently grounded in their physical body. I'm talking Jay-Z, not grounded, but of course his wife, because the two are synonymous, but through the solar plexus, and so puppeteered out like that. So the behavior of them is completely controlled, and it's going to start unraveling. We give them way too much power. They're controlled by other entities around them. There is something with Justin Bieber coming up that's going to drag Jay-Z down the rabbit hole with him. So we have this connection like this, and it's going to go down, down, down. It's more of a procuring issue rather than like fundamentally hands-on issue. So it's more profiteering than it is hands-on.
And when she says that, the only thing I can think of is Justin Bieber has a distribution deal, I believe, with Tidal, Jay-Z's music distribution service. Tidal has been around for, I want to say, about 20 years now. And Justin Bieber just released the second Swag 2, I believe, through Tidal as well, as we released the first Swag album. Yeah, Swag and Swag 2 came out through... Actually, the last few Justin Bieber albums have came out through Tidal, now that I'm thinking about it. So, if anything, it would be referring to that, as far as anything related to Justin Bieber. I'm thinking it has to be something along of that, if that's the case. If we're talking about something we're profiting, we're definitely talking about his deal with Tidal.
Is how I would word that. Anyway, I'm now giving myself a headache. This is my first energetic reading on Jay-Z. And once again, my name is Sloan at sloanbella.com.
Okay, so now, where do we go from here? So, now that we have a little bit of some footnotes as far as what's going to be happening to Jay-Z, as she said, over the next few years, the video, let me see, I want to see exactly what year, what year this video was done. Let me just put that in. Let's see what comes up. Energetic reading. It just says 1 year ago, but what was the actual date? What is the actual date on this? March 1st, 2024. See, I knew it was about a year and a half ago. almost 2 years ago now. It's almost 2 years ago she made this video saying that things were going to start happening to Jay. Now, around this time, 2024, it's about March 1st, 2024, ironically, March 1st, 8 days before Biggie. I think this was also right before Diddy's raid when she made this. I say that by saying, like I said, 2 years ago she made this video, and we've had nothing but, over the past year, nothing but bad news with Jay-Z. Nothing but rumors of bad business, sexual assault allegations. Desiree Perez is dealing with her daughter. Rock Nation allegations. Tory Lanez, to name a few. We've had so many different things happen as far as Jay-Z being put more and more in a bad light. Remember, they booed him. I think, what was the event he was at? Let me Google that real quick. Jay-Z booed off stage. No, not the 11 years ago. Not that one. Not the boo at the Met Gala. What football player was that? I'm trying to think in my head now. For the Patriots, Tom Brady. I think it was Tom Brady's event. Yeah, that's what it was. He was performing for Tom Brady. That's what it was. At the Patriot Hall. And he got booed. I do remember that. Not booed, but very lackluster crowd. I do remember that. Crowd reaction. That's what it was. Okay. I probably should do this too while I'm at it. That's what it was. So, I can't remember exactly, but yes, the audience was everybody said the audience was very bored when Jay-Z came out. It was during that's what it was, Tom Brady's Hall of Fame induction performance. And he came out performing and everybody was like, whatever, it's just Jay. It's so clear. The music in him is so clear. You can't hear a single cheer right now. I don't know why the music is off. Let me tell you dudes what I do to protect it. Shoot at you actors like movie directors. Say the movie, dog. Touchdown, make some noise! It was like maybe 4 people that had yelled. So, anyway. Anywho. So, Jay-Z's fame pretty much has been going down over the years. It hasn't been necessarily something that's new to people right now. That, even the Diddy allegation when he was in the episode with Busby, you won't get one red penny out of me, and that was a scary couple of weeks for Jay. Even though in the limelight, you never let him see you sweat type of shit. Jay was also out of the country majority of the time. He was not in the United States. He hasn't been in the United States the past 2 or 3 years. He's been in and out of the country, if anything. He has really not been in the United States. Even now, reports are saying that Jay has now up and fleed again out of the country. He's not here anymore. Let me see. Jay-Z leaves the country. Is this one? Yeah. I don't know why they have such closeness of his nostril hairs. I should just went to Twitter. I don't know why I trusted Facebook. Okay, so yeah, now they had the picture of the actual plane. Jay-Z has reportedly left the U.S. to an undisclosed destination. It's funny, someone said Jay-Z, pilot watching Jay-Z the whole flight. This is the pilot watching Jay-Z the whole flight, just looking at the nigga. Like, I'm watching you, nigga. I'm watching you, nigga. Oh, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. The pilot just looking back at him like, I'm watching you, nigga. But yeah, so he hasn't been in the country for quite some time now. And I guess he's been here recently, especially since the Super Bowl is what? Next week? Super Bowl's next week, right? It's like, why would he leave the country so close to Super Bowl? Let me see. When is Super Bowl 2026? I know it's this month. Yeah, it's fucking Sunday. It's Sunday, and he's leaving the country. So it's like, where the hell are you going? And Super Bowl is this Sunday coming up, which I have no idea who the fuck is playing. I have no idea. I know Bad Bunny's performing, and I have a hunch. I'm not to get too far off topic. I have a hunch something might happen. An event might happen there. An incident is going to happen there. I have a feeling. And again, we're talking about somebody who was attached to the NFL, Jay-Z. Jay-Z is an ambassador of the NFL. Handles all the music and the events and things for, the NFL. So, like I said, the Super Bowl is Sunday. Where the fuck are you going? And you are the ambassador of the NFL. Where are you going? And Super Bowl Sunday. Let me see. Let me make sure my information. Ambassador. I fuck up with the word. Anyway. I fuck up with the word. Anyway. Commissioner. Shit. NFL commissioner. I said ambassador. Commissioner. Yeah. So that's what it was. 2019, Jay-Z Rock Nation signed a 5-year reported $25 million. Oh, wait. It's only a 5-year deal. So the deal was actually up in what, 2024? And he extended another 5 years in 2024. Okay. I was going to say. It's around the last year of the deal. Okay. So he renewed it 2 years ago. And he's only got 3 years. Wow. That's right on Sloan Bella's mark again. 3 years from 2024. Oh, wow. 3 years from 2024. She said it. So yeah. In charge of the Super Bowl halftime show. Where are you going in Super Bowl Sunday is this Sunday. You would think someone that is, in charge of everything would be in the country the Super Bowl is happening in, right? Especially the week of, he would be, hands on deck with everything happening, right? Guess not. All right. So, with that being said, let's get down to things, shall we? Oh, okay. Before we get into that, Lizzo. I almost forgot about Miss Lizzo making her remarks recently. And I want to get this out the way because I found this to be very, very funny, if anything.
Lizzo speaks out after Jay-Z's name allegedly appears in the Epstein Files.
This Epstein Files shit, it's really frustrating to me because...
Real quick, I just want to also say, I hate how people are saying allegedly like it's not in black and fucking white in the Epstein Files. His name, Sean Carter Jay-Z. In fact, I'm going to show you guys too. When you search Jay-Z's name in the Epstein Files, it comes up 91 fucking times. It's not like, you Google Sean Carter, it comes up once. If you Google Jay-Z's name in the Epstein Files, it comes up 91 fucking times. 90 fucking one. I will show you the results.
There are 3 million files, right? 3 million documents in the files, because over the course of however long this man has been doing these crimes, every email, every text message, everything, just in general about this man's life has been put into these files to scan for illegal activities, right? Every text message you sent to somebody.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
If you stole an apple from Walmart and you were on trial for stealing an apple from Walmart, is every person in your phone an accomplice? Is every person in your phone, is every email you sent to a person or speak?
Now, I know the saying comparing apples to oranges, but lady, did you just compare stealing an apple in Walmart to human trafficking? did you just try to make that comparison just now? I know you look like you just woke up. Maybe that's it. You look like you just woke up. Brain ain't there yet. You saying any old thing. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt in the fact that you just tried to compare stealing apples in Walmart and contacts in your phone to someone's name being in filing for someone that is guilty of human trafficking. I just want you to...
Speaking about a person, does that make that person complicit? Does that make that person a bad guy? No, it doesn't. And that's the same thing with the Diddy stuff. I told y'all, the media is so smart. They're going to make you so distracted with celebrity names that you're not going to focus on the problem. You think every party that Diddy ever threw was a freak off and people were slipping and sliding on baby oil? No.
Yes. Yes, we do. And that is not, that's, I'm just joking, of course, but the thing is, majority, you're not saying every, but majority of his parties were confirmed to be that. And we're not talking about, and see, that's the thing, we're talking about not only the FBI finding sources and filings on it, there are other outside sources that confirm these same things from different people. We didn't see Ashton Kutcher on the stand, and he let us know. Jimmy Fox let us know the video footage that he took of these parties that Diddy has thrown. So don't get up here and tell us that every party wasn't a slip and slide baby oil party when, nigga, he said it out his own mouth. So I don't want to hear this cop out shit about. See, here's the other thing, right? Yes. These things are distractions. I will confirm and say that. I'll be on record saying that these things are distractions, yes. But that doesn't mean I, for example, have removed my lenses from the bigger picture. Example, Blue Beam. Example, the Civil War, World War III. Things happening. I mean, I have not removed Trump in general. I have not removed my lenses from that. I am nowhere near distracted from those things. Okay. This has all to do with exactly what's happening as far as the bigger picture of things. Little does Lizzo know. Again, maybe she hasn't done her Googles on the fact that human trafficking is a $150 billion business, but I have.
That man had birthday parties. That man had Easter gatherings. That man had Super Bowl parties. That man had Christmas parties, Halloween parties, regular parties. And so now they're saying Mom Donnie's mom, who's a filmmaker, they're like, oh, she's on the Epstein list because she was on a guest list for Ghislaine Maxwell's like showing of a political film once. Hey, you're distracted. You just want Mom Donnie to be a bad guy or his mom. A girl can go to a movie premiere. You think Ghislaine Maxwell woke up every single day? Children? No.
Yes, she did.
We're losing the plot. And it's just like the American people in the comments.
Lizzo, I think you are the one that is losing the plot here.
Knew she was wrong. Jay-Z, I knew he was. What did it say Jay-Z did? He was there in 1996. Come on, people.
Did you read it? It said exactly what happened. And who the woman woke up to and what the woman was feeling. It said exactly what happened with Jay-Z there. Did you read it or not, Lizzo?
Like, y'all are falling for it. It's the easiest, oldest trick in the book. And honestly, I'm losing faith in the average intelligence of the American person. Because, come on. Just because somebody's name is mentioned in a 3 million document file of a person's life who's been lived over crimes who've spanned decades, doesn't mean that every single person is an accomplice. He could be mentioned. He referenced Jay-Z once. He was like, oh, we could learn from Jay-Z's business model. Why are y'all... Where?
He just referenced it out of nowhere, right?
Where's the crime? Focus.
We're going to get to that document in just a second. Because she pissing me off with that. Where's the crime? Well, we said the same thing about Kathy White, didn't we? We asked the same questions in the documentary that I did about Aaliyah, right? Right. Where's the crimes, right? As Jaguar White once put it, Jay-Z and Diddy are no different as far as their actions. Just one is smarter than the other about covering it up. One is more louder than the other one, if you will. One was a partier. Well, both of them were partiers. Just, again, one was a little bit more louder about the party and inside the party than the other person. The other person, Jay didn't want to be seen in parties, if you remember. Jay has never been one to be, a picture guy. Think about it. How long did it take Jay to get a Twitter? How long did it take Jay to get an Instagram that he still doesn't use? Here's Lenny S. do it. Lenny S. takes care of the goddamn Twitter for Jay. The IG for Jay. Jay doesn't even put his own fucking pictures up there. So again, we're talking about someone that has always hid from the limelight. He was always in it, but he always hid from it. Always doing things in secrecy. But you always heard those same things come out in the lyrics. Another thing about Jay. Jay never hid things from the public eye through the lyrics. Well, he kind of did. Let me retract that. Jay always put what was going on in the lyrics. You just had to catch it. God bless the dead. Rest in peace to my Uncle Dave. Dave taught me back in the day how to catch Jay's lyrics. And things that he was saying, you got to read in between the lines. Right? Give you a quick example. Right? City is mine. Now, I did this before with you guys, but let me just do it again. Just do it again real quick. So, for example, in the record City is Mine, my uncle had pointed out that in the first verse of The City is Mine, Jay literally subliminally raps about having something to do with the murder of Biggie. Yeah, what the deal, Playboy? Just rest your soul. I'll be holding it down, yo. Still love the dough. Referencing the Love the Dough record of Biggie and Jay-Z. They had a record called Love the Dough, produced by Jermaine Dupri. No. I'm thinking of the record that Jay-Z and JD did. But anyway, Love the Dough. I love the dough. I'll let you know. Hey, that record, Love the Dough, is Jay-Z and Biggie. Okay, that's on Life After Death, Biggie's album. One of my favorite records. I'm gonna have to play that next week. Got these ladies on the cock now. You know how we go. Got the whole world locked down. You know how we flow. Don't worry about Brooklyn. I'll continue to flame. Therefore, a world with amnesia won't forget your name. You held it down long enough. Let me take those reins. And just like your spirit, the commission remains. Okay, so we already know who's from Brooklyn, both of them, right? Therefore, with a world with amnesia, they won't forget your name. You held it down long enough. Let me take those reins. Let me take over your power. The power that you had over the city being the best rapper alive. Let me take that over right now. Just like your spirit, the commission remains. The commission was Biggie and Jay-Z's group, their coalition they had formed. And they were going to put Foxy in the commission as well, being that she was from Brooklyn. Niggas can cross the T's. Now, this was the key part that he pointed out to me. This line right here. Niggas can cross the T's and dot the I's. Now that I got too popular to cop them pies, I'm going to take this rap shit serious to my demise. Jay Shiz like cake mix, watch me rise. Another part right here. Basics in the basement, wasted, asking my dog for advice. So when he can't say shit, my hatred is fueled. Just give me a sign and I'll let the world know that the city is mine. That was the first verse. But that ending, my uncle always pointed out, was him telling people literally he was jealous of Biggie. This lyric right here was letting people know that he was jealous of Biggie's fame. Just like in the first part of it where he was like, you held it down long enough, let me take those reins. And at the end of it, he closed it out with asking my dog for advice, but when he can't say shit, my hatred is fueled, just give me a sign. He's letting you know that he was jealous of Biggie Smalls. He's letting you know right there. And I'll let the world know that the city is mine. He was telling y'all verbatimly, damn near. If you read it between the lines of the lyrics, he's telling you he possibly, not, I'm going to say allegedly here, that he allegedly wanted Biggie Smalls removed. Not that he wanted him dead. He wanted Biggie removed so he could take over Brooklyn. So he could take over the rap game, period. So he can take over the popularity that he had. So we're still talking about a very young Jay-Z coming up in the rap game. We're not talking about somebody that's young, broken, hungry. That part was far long gone. As you heard that's why I played Drug Dealers Anonymous. I played certain records if you pay attention. I always do that. I play certain records if you listen to the lyrics, like even in Push's. If we're going to break down some of Push's lyrics from You Know, and Untouchable, right? Play Drug Dealers Anonymous. You literally hear Jay-Z say out his own mouth, in 1989, I had mansions and was pulling up in Benzes in London. In 1989. So don't give me this shit about Jay-Z was broke and hungry looking for a record deal when he couldn't have met Harvey Weinstein. When a nigga said out his own mouth in 1989 he was rich already. Because if he was rich already in 1989, again, how would he not be in the circles of a Harvey and Bob Weinstein when they themselves were just coming up in the 90s? See, people forget that part. The Weinstein's big break wasn't until 93, 94. Jay-Z's big break was just 2 years later. You mean to tell me they weren't in the same fucking circles? And they're coming up together around the same time? We're not talking about Harvey Weinstein, already multi-Oscar winner. We're not talking about that Harvey Weinstein and Bob Weinstein at the time. We're talking about still coming up, still making movies. Hell, Pulp Fiction just fucking came out. So again, you can't tell me they could not have met each other when it is very possible that they would have met each other. So again, you just have to read in between the lines as far as these two go. Now, another thing I want to get into, speaking of reading in between the lines of things and lyrics, there is a lyric from Cameron that goes, "No disrespect to women that's on my team. That's why Dame smacked Harvey Weinstein." That is a line from Cameron. This is right here. Cameron raps about Dame Dash slapping Harvey Weinstein. That's everywhere. The crazy thing is that part of information has just now been coming up all day today. And I'm like, so nobody remembers this? Nobody remembers Harvey Weinstein being around them back in the day? In the early 2000s? Nobody remembers that, right? Okay. Yo, that's the line right here. "No disrespecting the ladies' word from my team. That's the reason Dame smacked Harvey Weinstein." That's the exact lyric. "No disrespecting the ladies' word from my team. That's the reason Dame smacked Harvey Weinstein." Because the reason, let me pull up here. I think I have the article here still. Yeah, brief history of Dame Dash allegedly slapping Harvey Weinstein. Cameron may have revealed what really happened on the set of Paid in Full in a new Diplomat song. So this happened on the set of Paid in Full. There was rumors going around that Dame Dash had heard about Harvey's behind the scenes dealings with women, and he stepped to him over it. Similar. Now here's the key thing here. Here's where things get tricky in the rabbit hole, right? Very similar to him stepping to R. Kelly over Aaliyah. Remember when I showed the documentary how Dame Dash had stepped to R. Kelly over Aaliyah, and that shit that happened where R. Kelly went on Hot 97 and Jay went on Hot 97 after that to talk about it, and they said that and R. Kelly was saying that there was someone waving a gun at him in the crowd, and I said Dame had something to do with that, and Dame himself spoke on the incident and pretty much was just mumbling around if he had something to do with it. Never confirmed that he had nothing to do with it, but literally talked around it when he was asked if he had something to do with it. You know what I mean? And we all know Dame to be a very honest person to just flat out say, yeah, I ain't had nothing to do with that shit. Dame Dash never said he had nothing to do with it. That confirmed right there and let me know Dame had plenty to do with it. Dame said in an interview, "Oh, you think I ain't stepped them over that shit?" I had played the clip of Dame talking about Aaliyah. I'm not gonna play it again here, but I do have other things to show you on Dame. Of Dame pretty much confirming, that whole thing was over Aaliyah. We'll get into that in a second too, the Rockefeller breakup, but that entire thing was over Aaliyah. How he did not feel right. One, knowing R. Kelly mistreated Aaliyah, was a pedophile to her, had her when she was a teenager. He didn't like that. He didn't like the fact that R. Kelly groomed her and abused her. He didn't like that. Steps to him over that. The real reason Rockefeller broke up was because Jay thought Dame was being silly over a woman. And Dame was actually stepping up over principles. It was not about the fact that it was just over any old woman. And he was just being, oh, you man, she just a hoe. Know what I'm saying? What you worried about her for? Dame was stepping to that man about principle. And again, that was the reason Rockefeller broke up, because Jay was also dealing with Aaliyah at the same time. And two, the biggest reason was that Jay-Z went and did more business with R. Kelly after Dame had something to say about it. So if we're talking about me and you, right? We have a mutual friend. This mutual friend has been abused sexually and mentally for years. We know who did it. We've now removed that person from their life that did it, but yet you decide to do business with this person, knowing their past, knowing what they're still doing and have already done. I then look at you differently, because you're supposed to be my friend of 20 years, damn near 15, 20 years now. At the time, me and you have, we've been through the mud together with this. And you mean to tell me you're picking him over, you're picking that over me? You're picking dealing with these type of people over your mans? You picking doing business and money over your mans? Not even over your mans, over principles. You're picking business and money inside and pretty much just choosing to look the other way. That is what Dame saw in Jay-Z. That Jay-Z was quick to look the other way when it came down to R. Kelly. And that is what broke up Rockefeller. Like I said, we broke all that down in the Iceberg Slim documentary with Jay-Z and how Rockefeller actually came to break up. We broke down the movie, everything like that. But here we have information on when Dame Dash allegedly got into an altercation with Harvey Weinstein. Now, I even have the article from the New York Post from that year in their archives. Take a look at this. Where is it at? Bumbleclot. Okay. So, Dame Dash goes Harvey hunting. Claims to steal Weinstein's lady friend at Kenny's. Even if Harvey Weinstein produced Gangs of New York, he's not exactly a gangster, but that doesn't mean Dame Dash won't treat him that way. In the new issue of the highly street credible magazine Don Diva, tagline parental advisory gangster kind of blah, blah, Dash, Jay-Z's former partner in Rockefeller Records, who made Paid in Full with Dimension Films, run by Harvey's brother Bob Weinstein, talks about inflicting street justice when the brothers wouldn't give him a meeting. He began hunting Harvey. I saw him in Kenny's and I snatched his bitch. He had a girl and I knew her, so I said, give me her. He was pissed, Dash says. Now, we all know how Dash talks. I'm pretty sure that's not the entire altercation, right? While admitting that Harvey's a guy that everyone was afraid of. I was like, he's a bitch. Apparently, as a result, Bob wouldn't meet with him unless his pal, get this, unless his pal Russell Simmons was present. And we're not talking about Dame's pal Russell Simmons. It literally says Bob's pal Russell Simmons. So we have confirmation there that Bob Weinstein and Russell Simmons were friends back in the day. Right? So he wouldn't do anything unless his pal Russell Simmons was present. I respect Russell, Dash says. But if I was going to do something, he's not going to stop me. When asked about it, Harvey refused to reheat the beef. Dame's a first-class talent, and I thoroughly enjoy our good-natured trash talking, he said through his publicist. So obviously there were business relationships done between the Weinsteins and Rockefeller back in the day. One other evidence of that. Now let me get to this real quick, okay? The other evidence of that incident would be the many interviews of different people that were around back then. The horse's mouth here, the diplomats, for example.
No disrespecting the ladies' words from my team. That's the reason Dame smacked Harvey Weinstein.
On the new track, Once Upon a Time,
Woo!
Cam raps about Dame slapping Harvey Weinstein. Did he ever tell you guys about that story?
I was there. I seen it.
Can you please tell us what happened that day?
Steve, the motherfucker was talking stupid shit, and Dame said, stop talking the stupid shit, and he said one more stupid shit, and then he got slapped. The end.
What stupid shit he was talking?
No, he tried to tell Dame he didn't know what he was doing. He tried to tell Dame about a situation with Poe and Rich. He was like, nah, I think we should do it in this form and fashion. He's like, he wasn't even there.
So, I don't know who Harvey Weinstein is.
You don't know who Harvey Weinstein is? Well, he tried to explain to Dame about what needed to be done between Rich and Poe. And he said, nigga, you wasn't there. He said, but it will be working better if you bow. That's when the backhand met
Cam
the side
said
of his cheek.
if Cam said Dame slapped him, no, he definitely.
I was there.
He wouldn't put that. I know. Listen, but I'm saying
that's when I had my. You ain't see my when I was on camera. My 15 seconds.
He slapped him on camera?
No, I was on. That's when I got my role.
Oh.
So Freaky Zeke tells the Freaky Zeke way of the thing, right? Let's see here. Matter of fact, before we play his version, play you another person that knew about the situation. Michael Rappaport.
You grew up around Dame Dash?
Me and Damon knew each other for a long time. Me and Damon played sports together when we were like, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All the time on the weekends. Since we were kids. All the time. And then I ran into Damon. Shit, I don't know the years. I'm terrible with years. But I remember I ran into Damon at a club. I had started acting. I hadn't seen him in years. You know, when you're like young, well, I mean, if you haven't seen somebody in 5 years, 6 years, it's a long time. But when you're young, you know, like when you don't see somebody from like, 18 to 24, it's like, oh shit, you got hair on your, you were a man. He was a young man. And I remember seeing Damon in a club. Damon could fight. I've seen Damon fight, but he was in a club, like him and his cousin or his brother, they were like fighting. Like I had seen him before, but something happened in the club. They were fucking fighting, And he was telling me, yo, Rockefeller, Jay-Z. And I was like, Jay-Z, Jazzo, oh shit, really? Yeah. Yo, it's Rockefeller, blah, 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 blah. This is at the very beginning. And, and he was like how he is, very like confident and sure and had a clear thing. And
didn't you say you went to Catholic school?
Damon, I think he went to, did he go to Catholic school? I think he went to boarding school.
Huh.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, me and Dame, well, Dame doesn't like me. he's trash talked me a lot, and I've done the same thing with him. We have some people in common. I've said, listen, if he ever wants to get on the phone, we could talk it out, because our issues are really not all that serious. It's just internet back and forth. But for a long time, I was saying there's something off, like the way he's slurring his words and so forth, because he's not that old. He's only a couple years older than me. I'm like, something's going on with him.
Mm-hmm.
And then recently you saw him, his teeth fell out.
I know.
Yeah, I made a comment. I said, Dame's dentures did the dash.
I didn't say it. I'll never talk shit about him, because even though we're not close like we used to, like we've always been cool, and I always have a fondness for when we spent more time, when we were cooler, and he's always been cool with me, and he knows and I know that like we've known each other young, and I want to see him do well.
I want to see him do well too. I feel that his ego has stopped him from being as great as he should be right now.
I agree. And that whole situation, the way it was handled, I still don't know what the fuck happened really. But I think it was personalities. That's what it seems like.
Well, yeah, I think Dame became a liability. I mean, didn't he like scream at Harvey Weinstein?
Well,
in, like,
Harvey Weinstein needed to be screamed at.
Yeah, but still, there's ways you handle
I will
things.
tell you this: when he was about to do that movie with Thing, I was like, "Yo, talk to him the way you talk to everybody else." I remember having that conversation
Paid in
with.
Full?
Yes, I remember. It's like, "Yo, talk to him the way you talk to everyone, because he's gonna try to bully you." I remember that clearly a few times. That guy was like because Harvey was a fucking bully. And I remember telling him that. I can't remember where I was, but I remember it very, very clearly. It was like, yo, don't take any fucking shit from that motherfucker.
So, as you heard, Michael Rappaport was very conscious of the situation between Dame Dash and Harvey Weinstein back in the day. Now, legend has it that Mr. Dame Dash got the Backstage movie a distribution deal through Bob Weinstein and his movie company back in the day. Now, you guys are saying, oh, that's 2002, right? But I'm not referring to 2002. Now, some of you may have seen this post I made recently about this movie. As you can see who's on the cover there, along with DMX, Method Man, and Redman, Jay-Z. Some of you might remember this movie. A lot of you probably don't. But in 2000, a movie was released called Backstage. Now, that was the other thing that my friend was quick to comment, oh, that was 2000. No. The movie was released in 2000. The movie was shot between 1998 and 1999. Now, if you look closely here, did I have the picture saved? I think I do. Yeah, I have the picture saved here. Let me do this. I just want to zoom in on something for you as well. Now, like I said, I showed this in my post, but if you look closely, you will see, and I'll bring it even bigger for those at home. Executive producers, Bob Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein. Dimension Films. Right? Also, Cary Grant and Leora Cohen. So, the original deal was done through Leora Cohen of Def Jam with Bob Weinstein and Harvey Weinstein, who again were on the rise back then. How we know they were on the rise, you say? Well, Harvey Weinstein's first big movie break. Excuse me. Do-do-do. Now it says his first break came in 82. Where was Pulp Fiction? Because I'm pretty sure, in where I mean by when it says major break, I'm sure they mean first major film. I don't think this was a actual major film, because who remembers The Secret Policeman's Other Ball? Okay, who remembers that actual film name? All right, even from the 80s. There's movies from the 80s I could probably remember. Back to the Future, okay? There's shit I can remember from the 80s. The Secret Policeman's Other Ball is not something that you remember from the 80s, okay? So let's knock it off. AI Google. Let's see here. It was 1980. What was it? 1983. Why is it telling me about that? All right. Oh, that's why. So, let me see. Hold on. I'm trying to find. That's what it was. Okay. Was it this one that got the Oscar, I believe? Flirting with Disaster? I think it was Flirting with Disaster that got the Oscar. I know Scream had won something. The Crow definitely did. I'm not sure about Emma. Oh, let me show you guys if I'm not. We had movies in 96. Let's look at 95 even. Crossing Guard and Smoke. 94. Nothing. 93. The Thief and the Cobbler and True Romance. 92. Nothing Burger. 91. Nothing Burger. 90. Nothing Burger. Hell, I'll even go 85 for you. Oh, I'm adding numbers and shit. 1985. And as you see right there, in 1985, Harvey Weinstein wasn't producing major blockbusters. He was just focused on the growth of Miramax. So I was like, why is it saying first major break in 1982? What no fucking breaking dates? Because look, we were Playing for Keeps was 86. So again, Harvey's big movies weren't until the late 90s. Or just, the late 90s, as we just saw. It's very possible that a Russell Simmons and Lera Cohen with a, not on the rise, but a very established Def Jam, is able to talk with Harvey and Bob Weinstein. Just like I said, that can't be, that's not allegedly. It's very possible that in the 90s, Harvey Weinstein and Russell Simmons knew each other. They look happy as can be to meet each other in this picture, don't they? And needless to say, goes without mention, we all know about Russell's allegations, right? We know about things that Russell's been accused of. It is damn near the mirror of Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein, isn't it? Diddy, isn't it? And as they say, what should I say, as Kendrick would say, those predators move in flocks. They move together. So, very, very possible that Jay-Z and Harvey Weinstein attended parties together back in the day. Very possible. Very, very possible. And we have confirmation that Dame, of course, was not necessarily present during these parties. Dame himself would tell you he wasn't a part of these parties.
What do you think about the recent things going on with the Weinstein guy, with Harvey Weinstein? Because you told me stuff about, how you...
Well, let's just put it like this, right? I know I made paid in full over there. And I know that him and I had a lot of aggressive interaction. And I know even culturally, like my people would say things like I would see here interviews with Wood Harris and with Just Blaze and all that. And they'd be like, oh, he yelled at Harvey Weinstein, he yelled at the Weinsteins. But the bottom line is, like, when I look at somebody treat other people wrong, I can't just look the other way.
Right.
And any opportunity I get, I know I'm strong, but I'm always make them suffer for the people that aren't strong enough. So if you notice that the people that I usually bomb on are people that ultimately you always find out were really treating other people poorly. And when I was being judged for fighting them and treating them a certain way, no one really knew why I was doing it, because that's not why I do it. You know what I'm saying? It's not really for people to know. It's for me to say, on my watch, if I see you treating people poorly, culturally, women, whatever, not only in my presence am I gonna make sure you know I'm not all right with you, but I'm gonna always make sure other people know to be warned. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna make sure that you don't feel that bulliness that you could feel on other people on me. But as a result, I get judged for it. You know what I'm saying? But it seems like, with time, everything always reveals itself. But I made Paid in Full with them, but I never made another movie with them. I never worked with them again.
Were you upset
Why
because
do
you
you
said
think
something about
that
them
is?
not promoting the movie well? They didn't.
Well, it was
promote the movie
the thing is that whole experience. Like now you can identify the face with the experience. But I always told y'all they were acting funny. They didn't want to put the movie out. I had to put pressure on them. I had to lean on them.
Was it because you exposed him? You exposed him or got at him about?
Well, like I said,
some friends of yours?
the bottom line is, whatever he was doing. I'm not the kind of guy to be talking about another dude like that. Just saying, I just would personally do what I could do. Period. You know what I'm saying? And keep it like that. And I never acted like I wanted to be around certain people. I never wanted to be affiliated with certain people. I didn't want to work with people no more. Matter of fact, the reason why I got into making independent films is because I wanted to get some. Remember, I was like, I wanted to get some of their money. It was his. I wanted to get.
Right.
I wanted to get in the indie world to make him uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't like the way it was another version of culture vulture. I didn't like the way they were exploiting my culture, the script that they wanted me to put out, the way they wanted to put it out, the way they carried me. I would watch the way he would talk to his staff, and I would say, don't y'all ever talk to me like that, never. Like off top, I'm gonna tell you, don't talk to me or none of my staff like that. Don't touch none of that. I always had those boundaries, and that was shocking to people. They would be like, you talk to him like that, and I'd be like, why not? And I put pressure on them all around the world to put out Paid in Full correctly. Like I caught him in France, I caught him in Paris. Because he wasn't expecting me to be those places. But they were trying not to put out Paid in Full. And then they wouldn't have a meeting with me about Paid in Full unless Russell was present. And I was like, why? Like, what is that? You know what I'm saying?
He was the balance.
Well, it was like, I respect Russell, but if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. But the thing is, like, what am I going to do? Like, why are you treating me like you need someone to come calm me down? Like, because of the color of my skin? Because you're not used to a person of my color or my complexion having an opinion about this project and having passion and protecting it and him and his people?
Right.
So it's like every time I've ever protected people, every time I protected myself justifiably, period. It's like almost everyone else is like, you talk to him like that? Nobody, you ain't gonna never work no more. You know what I'm saying?
Like, and that was the reason they were saying you could get blackballed was because
but I don't
of that
I'm not
situation.
working with him regardless. You can't blackball me bottom line is, if you're not right, we're not gonna get along. Period. And you know me.
Yeah.
I get along with everybody that does things correctly, that lives by a certain code. Everyone that doesn't, if you work with me and you try to do something that's going to violate my principles, you're probably going to get a reaction from me that you're not going to be used to, and that you're not going to enjoy, and that you're not going to like in that moment in front of other people. But that is the reason why I've always reacted in that way, is because people are violating the principles that I came up on. And where I came up, you violate these principles, you end up dead.
Yeah.
So I would just have to eat that. Like, the crazy shit is how much disrespect I've sustained from nerds. Like, all the killers I've known in the street, none of them have ever disrespected me. But the nerds, every violation has the nerdy, because they have no idea of repercussion. And you have to wear that, because you really can't do nothing to a nerd, because he has no problem telling you. He's not honorable anyway.
Right.
So that's not an issue. You know what I'm saying? So that's been my frustration the whole time. I've had to deal with these kind of people, watch everybody give them props, and then they try to play me. And then when I be like, don't play me like you play everybody else, then everybody tries to make it look like I'm crazy. But then 10 years later, when it comes out and it's popular, now everybody's bombing on them. But I've been bombing on them. You know what I'm saying? Publicly. Like, it wasn't even like it was in the paper.
So it wasn't even a shock when you heard about it. It was like, oh, okay.
It was like, again, I'm not gonna do that to the man, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever. But the bottom line is, there were certain things that have been tolerated, and it's not just him, it's a lot of things that I'm like, if this ever come out, it's gonna be crazy for him. And there's a lot of that. That's like one of so many things that you just don't see that. And the most shocking part about it is how many people look the other way. How many people work with people despite the fact they know they'll be touching little girls. I won't. And I can show you, I made a movie with that person, then I walked away from that person. But you got to look at a person can't work with a person unless he's like that person. Yeah. I can't get money with a pedophile.
As soon as you find out, hell no.
All right, but a lot of people still do. Yeah. But look how many people wasn't saying nothing. So now that one person saying, everybody's saying it because it's popular. But the thing is, what defines you is when you say something that's right when it's not popular. And that's when I come out and say shit, when it's not popular. Everything that everybody's popular about, being independent, bombing on this dude, bombing on culture vultures. I've been doing that when it wasn't the popular thing to do.
Yeah.
Because it was truthful. The test was the bag. Will you choose your principles and your morals, or will you choose the bag?
Well, they'd be like, "Dang, you better be careful."
Yo, 99.
They're gonna stop your flow.
And you've seen it. Yeah. Everyone. That's what everybody says. Dame hurts himself. Why? Because you know why? Because Dame won't look the other way.
Right.
I'm not doing it, and I won't, and that's why I think it's sustainable to have honor. You'll still be here and on your own terms.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people look the other way.
You'll be able to live with yourself just to turn a blind eye to something.
I don't even know how that feels. In Harlem, you don't turn the blind eye. That's not really what you do. Yeah. At least when I was outside, you know what I'm saying? But so it's funny to see it, but it also gives me faith and patience. So when things are unjust, and you wanted things to happen in that moment, it might not be the time because people aren't ready.
Right.
But with patience, from my experience, it seems like everything reveals itself. So all you got to do is sit back and be cool and be confident in your faith and with your principles and what you believe in, and know that that's the right thing to do, regardless if it's the popular thing to do.
What's done in the dark.
More than likely, if it's the popular thing, it's the wrong time. You understand what I'm saying? But again, I take pride in the fact that I could identify things way before everyone else, and whether they're popular or it's the popular thing to do, I'm gonna do what's right. Yeah. Period, and that's it. That's it. There's no test there.
Because a lot of people coming forward with courage now.
That's the test. Well, yeah, everybody coming forward because everybody coming forward. But the question is this: why are all these high-end people? Why did they not say anything for so long?
Yeah, when it was
these people that are coming out
these
people are high-end, but that means that they were all looking the other way all this time until a group of people decided to come out.
Yeah,
it gave them courage, even on the high-end level. Why does everybody look the other way? That's the thing I don't do. That's why I'm the outcast, because I'm not looking the other way. I just rather be out the way. I don't look the other way, I just be out the way. You know what I'm saying? Period.
Makes sense. So what would you say for any woman that's going into acting, going into the Hollywood?
I tell anybody, make your own shit. Don't wait for somebody to hire you because they're gonna make you do it on their terms. And you see what happens when the wrong person gets control.
Right.
So that's the thing, is I never let anyone get control. Always keep your control. Do it yourself, and then you're in control. That's it. It's a very simple thing. It transcends everything. Be independent. You either live in somebody's house or your own.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, independent.
As an adult.
Yeah,
so then why? You rather have your own business or be working in somebody else's?
Right.
When you working in somebody else's business, you working in their house. It's not your house. You got to abide by their rules when you go in their office, and you have to do what you are told.
Right.
You get paid, then you leave. Why not control that? Yeah. Like, the thing that's the illest thing about this Weinstein situation is he's getting fired from a company that he started. It's called the Weinstein Company, and he's getting fired. Why? Because someone else is putting up the money. And I always said this: I don't care what you say, how you look, whoever's putting up the money is the boss.
Right.
If you could get fired from your own company, are you the boss?
Not at all.
So you telling me he wasn't the boss? But why everybody was calling him boss? I wasn't, because I knew. I was calling him, get this herb out of here.
He was a manager.
In public. I already knew that. I'm flipping my own bread. At the end of the day, I don't care. I don't care how big or not it is, it's mine. And I take pride in that. And that is priceless to me. And that's what makes me wealthy, because what I do is mine. You know what I'm saying? Period. And that shit, I know how that feel. I don't know how it don't feel. I'm afraid of that. I'm afraid of having like another man, especially someone that's unjust, be in control of my destiny.
A boss.
And then he's not a boss. He gets fired by, so you know what I'm saying? Like, how you get fired from your own company? The shit is called your name. That's yours?
With your brothers.
All of that. You own 41%, you know that. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. The misconception, the way things are presented, how many people look the other way. That's why I stay out the way, because I can't get caught up in none of that bubblegum shit. I got shit to do. And I'm not working with nobody that's not right, period. It's just how I was brought up. And look, you know what I'm saying? I got daughters, man. I got daughters. So anytime I see anything going bad with any kind of girl, I'm always thinking about how I want a person to treat my daughter. So I'm never gonna be around anybody that treats women terribly. It will never happen. And I know how crazy I was when I was young. That's why I've apologized. I was like, yo, I was bugging. Because once I got the enlightenment of how important women are and what a real man would do, I was like, that's not what a real man would do. A real man would never disrespect a woman. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. And I got daughters. Nobody, I would never do something to a woman that I know I hurt somebody over.
To know that though, you have to look at it. Yeah,
you know, I was a kid, man. I was young. As an adult, you know, I was too old for that shit. But you know, once I got evolved, you know, and the thing that puts you in perspective is your kids, because that's your karma. The things you don't care about, the things that don't hurt you, it might hurt your kids, and then you got to worry about that, because if they hurt, you hurt. Yeah. So it's like, you know, you got to walk that arrow. And even if you're like your daughters, you know, no matter what, a daughter's going to end up being with a person that's like her dad. So if her dad treats her well, they'll get with a man that will treat her well. If her dad doesn't treat her well, then she'll accept not being treated well.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I always say this. I'm reinforcing it, and I'm watching how my daughters are dating. My daughter, she has someone that's similar, you know, that gives her the respect that she's supposed to have. She wouldn't know anything but that. It would feel unfamiliar to her because of the respect that I give her.
As soon as she feels anything other than that, she's getting out the way.
Or she calling somebody. Right. You know what I'm saying? You gonna get her out the way. Me, she got that strength there, but she knows better. But you know, the example that you have to be as a man is important to your kids. You got to be the person you want your children and the people you love to be.
Right. I saw like a lot of people saying that it was an era when men were doing that to women more in Hollywood and just period. You know, just being disrespectful.
But it was barbaric for women back in the day. Yeah. Women couldn't vote. They were treated, you know, I don't know why.
Sexual harassment was at an all-time high.
Well, it was just that standing up for yourself wasn't popular. You understand? So no one stood up for themselves. Right. That's it. And men are physically stronger, so they took advantage of women who are physically weaker, period. You know? Like God gives a man the ability to be so strong to see how he's going to use it. That's the test. Like it's plenty of times I could break somebody's neck and I don't. Not just because I could, I'm not going to do it. Or there's many times there's a button I could push, I'll never push that button.
Yeah.
That's why I have the power of being able to push the button, because I won't. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But a lot of people will. People will overcompensate because they can't. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But that's the true test. As a man, you use your strength to protect, to go get food, period. To make other people you love feel safe. But being a bully, that's corny, and that's the test. If you big and strong and you misuse that, then you going to hell.
Did anyone ever ask you why? Did anyone ever ask you, you know, anybody that you've ever heard say anything about the Weinstein situation when you barked on them, right? Did anyone ever ask you why?
That I barked on them?
Yeah, like why you did that?
I tell them. I always tell them. I just say, yo, I don't like the way they treat people, and they're not treating me like that. And they tried to shit on my movie. I was fighting in the street over that movie, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I really got to the street over the shit that they was doing. You know, the thing about when you make a movie, you know, they pay for it, it's their movie, but you get blamed for every bad thing that happens because you outside.
Of course.
So I got a temper, so things would happen. Like I don't want to hear that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's not. I didn't fucking make the movie. I didn't pay for it. I did what I could do. I got a fee. You know what I'm saying? They did what was in their best interest because they paid for it. It's not my movie. You know what I'm saying? I made the movie. I developed the movie. I protected the movie. I went to war for that movie. You know what I'm saying? Like physically fought for that movie. I can't go back into Canada because of that movie without a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? That shit had a big effect on my life. Cam got shot over that movie. That shit was real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All and they're the ones that benefit from it. It don't make sense. That's why I was like, I got to start doing things on my own. The reason why, it's funny, the reason why I got in the independent movie business was because of the Weinstein. Because I didn't like the way they treated me when I did Paid in Full. If you listen to my story, for all the years that I told it, it was always that.
That was your motivation.
I always said that, but nobody heard me. But now that it's popular, people going to understand and put a face with it, and then they'll relate and be, oh, no wonder he was acting like that. Dane just wasn't having it. You understand? Yeah, exactly. But I'm not going to run out there and say all of that stupid shit. Like, think what you want.
Yeah, you been telling me.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if I see you and I know you, I'll be like, nah, let me people.
I knew about that for years
These niggas is crazy out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, it's crazy over there. It's dark, man. That's what I'm saying. Now, you would think this man's happy. He has a great wife, successful the whole nine. And look what kind of bubblegum shit he's doing. Because he doing things for the wrong reasons. People they do things, look like they winning, but feel like they losing, and then they do some old stupid shit. What type of shit is that? It's everything that's supposed to be the greatest thing. Everybody I know around goes through some dark shit behind that shit.
Back to what I was saying, so just really truly the advice to any woman in the industry.
Do it yourself.
Just do it yourself.
You know, make a short film, get a digital, get someone that can edit. People are millennial these days. Everyone can do everything. So you have the ability to shoot things and edit right there from your house, period. So, you know, I would just do short films. You know, I would do just like the girl from Insecure. It seems like they made a web series and then it turned into a television series.
Protect yourself.
It's just keep working. But you got to control your image and your likeness and control your life and your destiny. So you stay in control. Write it. Make yourself look as good as possible. Not in a long period of time. Do a short film.
Anything that's funny on these auditions, anything, get up out of there. You know.
Well, you know, honestly, I just think there should be a tolerance level. You should not be tolerating anyone disrespecting you for anything, period. That's everything. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, me just going for an interview or tryout is ripping my soul to have to ask and have to solicit my service and get judgment and then could be denied. Like, that's why I don't do those kind of things, because I would never subject myself to that. And some people have a tolerance for that, which I don't. But if you do have a tolerance for that, you still, once it comes to your principles, never cross that line, no matter what. Your principles and your respect for yourself will always lead your actions. If someone asks you to do something that disrespects your scruples or your morals, just don't do it. It's not a question. Should I do it? Is the bag big enough, but I'll be famous? If you choose the wrong answer, then you have some serious issues to deal with within yourself. And once you get what you think are your dreams, then you're going to be unhappy and then be dark and crazy like everybody else. A lot of people get famous and become dark because what they had to do to get famous, it takes a lot of your soul. And what I was required to do to get to the level everyone wanted me to go to required me not being who I am. And that's not what I wanted. I wanted to continue to be myself. I didn't want to change in that respect. And that's why I was like, I'm not going to be around people that require me to change my ideals and my morals and my principles, you know, which will make me feel terrible about myself. You know, all that really counts is how you feel about yourself. When you're in the shower by yourself, if you're happy with yourself, then you're good. If you're doing some dumb shit, that time alone is torture for a person that's doing something that's not,
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
So, with that being said, let's, for those that, in Joel Santana's words, I don't know who Harvey Weinstein is. Let's, you know, give a quick summary to people that, you know, don't know who Harvey Weinstein is. Very quick summary.
And in America, we have a renaissance in television going on with shows like ER, The West Wing, Sopranos. We see television that's 1 hour long, and in many instances as good as any movie that's out there.
And as you just saw there, what did it say? The 1990s and 2000s.
A new film directed by Quentin Tarantino.
And what was the first movie I brought up? Pulp fucking Fiction. Their first real big movie was Pulp Fiction in 93, 94, right? Which would have been 2 years before the actual incident that is named in the Epstein Files between Jay-Z and Harvey. Just 2 years prior was Pulp Fiction. The film companies were still on the rise. The distribution company of Dimension and Harvey's film company in the Miramax were still on the rise. It's very possible that these gentlemen were all in the same circles. You think rappers, as they always say, ball players want to be like rappers, rappers want to be like ball players. Actors want to be like rappers, rappers want to be like actors. Everybody was in the same circles. Actors and rappers, movie producers were all in the same circles. Again, if I need to reference Jamie Foxx again, Ashton Kutcher was in the same room as a Diddy. Matter of fact, I'll do it further. Because who was the lady that Ashton Kutcher, the young lady Ashton Kutcher dated? Demi Moore. Demi Moore, who was very popular in the 90s, was in the same room as a Puff Daddy. Okay? So if someone like a Demi Moore, hell, a Denzel Washington, Samuel L. Jackson, John Travolta, these guys were in the same room as a Jay-Z, okay? They were very much in the same room as a Jay-Z, especially when Jay-Z is saying that he's been rich since the 89, okay? Very possible. We're talking about the same Jay-Z that was talking about being at the Tyson fights in Reasonable Doubt in 96, okay? Don't tell me Jay-Z wasn't in different circles. This man was talking about being in Tyson fights. That's big money, as he put it in the line. Very much around those circles.
Pulp Fiction.
I intend to be a very good queen to a very great king.
Forget everything else and just say it to me.
He gave me the creeps, and I said, let's not work with that guy. And never did. I never did a Weinstein film.
Dear Harvey, no matter what lies you tell yourself, you did this. Today, Lady Justice is staring down a super predator. You.
While emotion of the day runs high, I join these other women who were also harmed by Harvey Weinstein to say, we aren't going anywhere.
What HW, meaning Harvey Weinstein, was doing for them, communicating to them, perhaps promising to them. It's a complicated situation. It isn't simple.
Sexual violence has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Sexual violence has got to go. Hey, please, up on the sidewalk. Everybody up on the sidewalk, please. Okay, here we go. Harvey Weinstein. Let's go, Michael Reno, have the night.
Harvey, how do you feel about the upcoming trial?
Mr. Weinstein, how are you feeling today? How's your back?
Not so good. Better.
So again, just a quick rundown of who Harvey Weinstein is for those unfamiliar with who Harvey Weinstein is in reference to, because some people I think actually, confuse the two between Harvey and Jeffrey Epstein, because I did at one point. Like I said, if you're uninformed, you're uninformed. So for those that were uninformed, that was for you guys that didn't necessarily know who Harvey Weinstein is and why it was such a big thing as far as Harvey Weinstein's name being associated with Jay-Z. So, like I said, someone that's known and guilty of these accusations and allegations. We're talking about somebody that was like Diddy and wasn't necessarily convicted of the things that he did as far as the raping and things like that. This guy was convicted. Okay, so was he convicted? I just want to make sure. So make sure I'm saying it right. I believe he was. Yeah, guilty of sexual assault. Okay, he was guilty. He was guilty in July. But yeah, so how does a Jay-Z, even get to be around a Harvey Weinstein? Well, shout out to Murad Morali. I think I'm saying it right. Who did a quick little news update video when the news broke out of the past in business dealings of Harvey Weinstein and Jay-Z. Now, one particular one you can easily look up is Jay-Z, Harvey Weinstein movie deal, right? That one is it. Some people didn't even know about this one. This is in 2016. Jay-Z makes 2-year overall movie and TV deal with Weinstein Company. Now, when I see this, I'm like, okay, why the Weinstein Company? I'm like, okay, why Weinstein? This would that as Jay knows the Weinsteins quite some time, but has also done multiple dealings of business with the Weinsteins over the years. Because we all know Jay-Z doesn't just do business with any old person. That's documented, okay? Doesn't do business deals with any old person, any willy-nilly person. It's someone he has some type of business relationship with, or friendship with, I should say. Some type of business friendship. I'm forgetting his name now. With Fanatic. The CEO of Fanatic. Oh, I haven't. I was going to look it up here. Yeah, so Jay-Z makes 2-year overall movie and TV deal with Weinstein Company. What's the CEO of Fanatic? Why is his name slipping my mind? Michael Rubin. So, like I said, Jay-Z doesn't do business with any old person. He's always friends with them, right? Like I said, a la example, Michael Rubin, right? And we all know about the all-white parties and what they actually mean, and how Michael Rubin is known to throw the all-white parties now, especially his birthday parties. There's a lot of bigwigs that are in attendance at Michael Rubin parties. Very similar to Diddy's parties. Same exact crowd shows up. So, we know that Jay-Z has been in these circles for quite some time now. But to also know that he has done past business dealings with the Weinsteins himself. I'm not talking about he did something through Rock Nation or Desiree Perez signed with the Weinstein Company for on Jay-Z's behalf. No, Jay-Z makes 2-year overall movie deal and TV deal with Weinstein Company. Weinstein Company has signed an exclusive first look deal with Sean Jay-Z Carter to generate movies in scripted and unscripted TV. Carter has been involved in such picks as Annie, Top 5, The Great Gatsby, and is looking to elevate his presence. TWC is a 2-year overall deal and already has a couple of projects that will be announced soon. This follows a first-look deal for the Weinstein Company with the Southpaw director Antoine Fuqua. Through his multimedia company, Rock Nation, Jay-Z touches sports, music, and fashion and TV film. Seems a natural extension. He was a producer on the Jamie Foxx remake of Annie, producer on Chris Rock directed Top 5. See, a lot of people didn't even know he was in these movie credits, Jay. Then I think about the T line of him being in different stores and whatnot. I say, oh. We have a pipeline here. Why is my browser trying to act up in the middle of this? Okay, so let me get off of this website here. This is probably just the Deadline website anyway. But yeah. So let me play. All right, let me make sure we back. We back all the way. Yo, they going hard. they went hard just now. They went hard on the boy just now. I'm just to piss y'all off even more if you watching and trying to do something, Jay. I'm about to try to piss y'all off even more. I'm definitely putting this shit on YouTube tonight. I'm uploading this from the Twitch tonight. You can't stop me, nigga. You can't stop me. So we gonna finish off. I'm gonna start over the videos. I noticed it went off as I started to play it. So again, where we left off was we were starting to break down the actual history of Jay-Z and Harvey Weinstein. So now I'm gonna let Murad Morali take it over, and he's gonna break down the history for you guys on Harvey Weinstein and Jay-Z, because apparently a lot of people, again, as I was saying before, people don't know about Jay-Z being rich in 1989, as I said in the first part of this video. In 1989 in London, Jay-Z was already rich and living it up. So a lot of people seem to think that Jay-Z doesn't, in 1996, he wouldn't have had anything to do with the Harvey Weinstein, or he wasn't in those circles. When literally on Reasonable Doubt, he raps about being at the Tyson fights and making big money there. So again, don't tell me he's not in the same circles as these guys when he was already in the same circles as the big wigs in the 90s, in the early 90s. I'll let Murad Morali take it from here. Welcome back to the Chill Murray Live from the Spot presents They Kept the Files, Jay-Z, Pusha T, and Harvey Weinstein.
Oh, the deep connection between Harvey Weinstein and Jay-Z is currently being explored in this video, where we look at how actually the ties between them two are a lot more deeper than we actually think. The missing pieces to the puzzle to this conversation. This is a deep dive of their friendship, and it's a lot more sinister. Brace yourselves. Hey guys, that's Murad Morali. Daily and consistent content. Do subscribe to the channel, guys. Join Murad Nation. It's just one click. Welcome to this deep dive, and let's get straight into this concise, thorough video where we look at Harvey Weinstein and Jay-Z. Now, yesterday, new Epstein Files dropped via the Department of Justice, and in it revealed that Epstein, at his mansion in Florida, apparently Jay-Z was there with Weinstein. They were basically... he was witnessing or part of Weinstein harming somebody who believes to be a minor, a girl. And this whole conversation has gone completely viral. These documents have gone viral. And yes, they are part of the website. If you click on it and you access these documents, you can see and obtain that. Now people are looking at the conversation of what is the relationship between Weinstein and Jay-Z. Well, I have done some digging. And did you guys know that this all does relate to P. Diddy as well? Diddy, guys, launched Bad Boy Records in 1993. Jay-Z found Rockefeller Records in 1994. This led to a long-standing relationship between them both, a professional collaboration that strengthened after the death of the Notorious B.I.G. in 1997. And as we know, they've been doing Rock Nation brunches ever since. But who else was present, guys, at the Diddy's 29th birthday party at Cipriani's in New York? Well, Harvey Weinstein clearly was there to attend, and also Jay-Z was there as well. And this was, of course, in 1998. Now, it was documented that, you know, Weinstein and Jay-Z were at the House of Florida in 1996, and many people...
In 1998. What did I just say? Backstage was shot during 1998 and 99 when the Hard Knock Life tour took place. You just heard it. Harvey Weinstein was at the same exact party as Jay with Puff. They attended Diddy's birthday party in 98. Do not tell me that they were not in the same circles.
Or were questioning, well, how would Jay-Z even know these people? How would he be there? He just released his first album that year, so he wasn't, you know, as big of a musician and rapper and successful mogul as he is right now. So it doesn't make any sense that he would be up there with the upper echelon when he just started his career. But in actual fact, guys, Jay-Z was bigger at that moment of time than we actually expected. There is a video of Moni Love, guys, who is speaking on at the Breakfast Club, I believe.
Jazzo and Jay-Z were in London living it big time back in like 88. They were in this huge... I'm born and raised in England, and I never saw an apartment that looked like that. And
she is mentioning in the 80s, Jay-Z was already somebody huge. She was explaining how this man, you know, in London was living up large in the 80s, in the late 1980s, and, you know, was at clubs and had great connections and was already somebody who was considered to be quite famous. So he already was moving around in very interesting circles over here in London, let alone whatever the hell he was doing in New York. Moreover, he probably, well, as he said himself, was moving a lot of substances, and perhaps he was moving substances for people in the circles that Weinstein ran in. Weinstein knew the potential, Jay-Z saw the potential, and we know that Jay-Z wants to climb and have a much bigger career than he has in 1996. We know that he's a mogul, he likes to move, which...
I'll do you one further. I'll do you one further, Murad. We don't need Moni. We don't need Moni. I'll let him tell it.
I feel like I heard a story about like your first time in the studio when you were like flown to London or something. Was that the first time? What was the first time when you were actually in the studio? What was that experience?
Yeah, my man Jazz, he had to deal with EMI. He was recording, he was out in London. But I wasn't really doing anything in the studio. Like, he was doing most of the rapping and everything. It was his joint. I was just there, you know.
But what was the experience like for you the first time in the studio when you were recording?
It was the whole thing, just being in London. It was so many other things other than just being in the studio that...
It was so many other things other than just being in the studio, huh?
That was around it, like being in London. I've never been in London. I haven't been to places in the U.S., you know what I mean? Probably furthest I've been was like Jersey at that time. So... we was in London and driving on the wrong side of the street and all kind of things. It was just like a mind-blowing experience.
Mm-hmm. And so you've actually gone to London and you've performed there.
Yeah.
You know, how did it feel coming back as the person that everyone is looking to see?
It was crazy because I think we did like the carnival. It was like a little carnival out there. The first time we went back, it was like, I couldn't even tell you how many people was out there. It was like an outdoor thing, and it was...
So, as you heard from the horse's mouth, someone was back in London. Someone was in London in the 80s, wasn't they? As Moni Love said. Take it away, Murad.
Is why he's done so much with the NFL as an example. So why wouldn't he want to be around major big moguls, especially when Weinstein in the 1990s was a very, very powerful entity in person? It's very plausible, guys, that Jay-Z and Weinstein knew each other in the 1990s because both of them were at Diddy's birthday party in 1998, 2 years after this was documented. But also Jay-Z was very big, clearly, from what people are saying, not as big as he was in 1996 and post, but he still was very big and running around powerful circles, and he was also moving a lot of stuff. So he could have been doing that for the upper echelon and big circles because he wanted to climb into those circles. So there are multiple reasons for why he would still have a relationship with Weinstein. This is very interesting, guys. I didn't actually know, but it seems that Jay-Z and Weinstein, guys, actually ended up developing multiple deals. It's been reported in 2016 that the Weinstein Company and rapper Sean Carter, known by his stage name Jay-Z, have successfully inked a 2-year deal that will give the former exclusive first look rights to any film or television projects produced by the latter. The Weinstein Company has revealed that it already has projects in development with Jay-Z and that these will be announced in the coming weeks. Jay-Z's previous film credits include Jamie Foxx's remake of Annie, and we know recently that Jamie Foxx was also mentioned in the Epstein Files in regards to women being sold and he was ready to buy one for a night. Jay-Z commented about how he's excited to tell these people's stories and that, Harvey Weinstein mentioned Jay's ability to influence entertainment and pop culture has gone well beyond music for many years. He approaches every aspect of his career with both determination and effortlessness, making him one of the leading power players in entertainment history today. He wasn't a leading power player back in 1996, but he was on the way, and perhaps Weinstein saw that potential, which is why he's saying it now. He continues, Jay-Z is a entertainment mogul, says the COO David Glasser, with an unparalleled sense of the industry and limitless creativity. It's an incredible opportunity to work with him. They were inking a major deal way back in 2016, which I think is very interesting. Now, Jay-Z, guys, was actually in talks to also purchase Harvey Weinstein's interest in his company. This was when Weinstein and the scandal began, with loads of women speaking up, and even then, Jay-Z was still considering to support him. Why would you want to be supporting somebody who's been accused of doing XYZ? Jay-Z is considering a purchase of Harvey Weinstein's interest in his company, the Weinstein Company. TMZ reports, I believe in 2017, this is being released. Weinstein was fired from the company after many actresses went on record with the New York Times. However, Jay-Z signed a first look deal with the company, and Jay-Z is claiming that the rapper wants his relationship with the company to continue and grow. Why would you want the company to continue and grow that you've worked and invested into when you know that this man, the New York Times, have come out with a major explosive tell-all to expose that he's an absolute creep? Is it because you have investments and you just want them to grow? Or is it because the character that is being exposed about Weinstein is one that you already know about because of what happened in Florida at Epstein's house in 1996? Makes you think, because why will multiple sources connected via TMZ report that Jay-Z wants his relationship with the company to continue? I don't understand. Weinstein's 23% stake is in the company, and other investors would join Jay-Z in the purchase of this to basically help keep it afloat, which, I find to be very interesting. Not only that, guys, but, this particular first look deal that Jay-Z had with Epstein, one of the stories was Trayvon Martin, and to basically display and talk about that. For you to collaborate with Weinstein after the horrific stuff he's been accused of and whatever he was doing, to then tell important stories of, brutality, I just find that to be quite sinister.
Very similar to how sinister it was to him still doing business with R. Kelly after him and Dame Dash knew already what R. Kelly was doing, isn't it? Very similar. How Dame Dash, we just listened to him explaining on his principles and morals, and is how he disconnected himself with Jay, right? On how Jay has this ability to look the other way.
In my opinion, I didn't know, but Harvey Weinstein talks about how Jay-Z landed the film rights to the Trayvon Martin story, and I just think that Jay-Z is somebody who maneuvers through racial or political movements for self-gain, and we've seen that with Colin Kaepernick and the NFL, where he did mention in the NFL boardroom meetings that we are past kneeling now, let's move past that. We've got to, like, who are you to put the notion when we should move past XYZ?
Okay, I think we've passed kneeling. I think it's time to go into actionable items. I think everyone knows what the issue is, and we're done with that.
Only for Colin to never ever be playing again. Completely sidelined and sidetracked, whereas Jay-Z continues to elevate and make a lot more money via the NFL. And I feel like through social justice or political or racial movements, Jay-Z sometimes can be seen as somebody who swoops in, looks like he's doing great, but it's really just self-service to build up his pockets. Because apparently now he's working with K-pop entities and markets and investors to basically sell likeness of the music that he helps to produce to build up those markets so that his wallets do get bigger. And I think that this can reflect somebody's character, excluding everything that we are discussing with what he's been accused in the Epstein Files. Now, it is interesting because in 2017 continues, Harvey Weinstein actually mentions Jay-Z in a bizarre apology after the New York Times came out with that explosive tell-all when women came forward to expose him. He, responded by putting out an apology and quoting Jay-Z. And it's just honestly bizarre as to why he would do this. And this was the, the mention. He wrote in 4:4, "I'm not the man I thought I was, and I better be that man for my children. The same is true for me. I want a second chance in the community, but I know I've got work to do to earn it." Now I'm going to repeat that again for you guys. I'm not the man I thought I was, and I better be that man for my children. So the same is true for me. So why would Jay-Z even admit that he's not the man that he thought he was and he wants to be a better man for his children? Just because he has regrets? Is it because of things that he may be accused of, which what we've seen in this whole Epstein stuff? And Harvey Weinstein, who apparently was there allegedly in the documents, it states that, is saying the same statement that Jay-Z is saying also applies to him. And both of them were accused of being there. So, you can read between the lines of that. But even just the fact that Jay-Z was mentioned in this apology also does definitely make you think. In 2018, Jay-Z and Eminem actually had problems with Weinstein, financial problems, where the company actually owed them more than $800,000. Rapper Jay-Z and Eminem have claimed the Weinstein Company owes them hundreds of thousands of dollars in a lawsuit that is currently preventing the sale of the company in the wake of his bankruptcy. The Weinstein Company filed for bankruptcy in March following its collapse after the series of essay allegations made against its founder Harvey Weinstein. Jay-Z claims he is owed $480,000 for 2 projects on which he is named executive producer. The Khalif Browder story and the forthcoming Rest in Power, the Trayvon Martin story, though the Weinstein Company disputes it owes money to him for the former. So there ended up being some financial issues between Jay-Z and Weinstein because Weinstein was basically going down and Jay-Z had invested a lot of money and was like, well, you owe me nearly $1 million. What is going on? And when you owe me money, I'm quite serious about it, which is what Jay-Z has proven to be over the past couple of years when it comes to financial litigation. So, there seems to be issues there. Jay-Z and Beyonce were great friends with Weinstein, so much so that they basically would attend his, pre-Oscar parties. And it caused such a frenzy. And, Weinstein loved the fact that Jay-Z came, that Weinstein apparently restarted his show for their entrance and said that, well, look, Jay-Z's late, but look how beautiful his wife is, now you know why. And they'll basically all laugh and giggle. And so they seem to have a great relationship. Clearly, through these extensive documents, that you can see the relationship, investing, the company, and you also have the fact that, they've been accused of the stuff in the Epstein stuff. You got, Moni Love talking about how big Jay-Z was back in that day. They were both seen at, P. Diddy's party. It all seems to be interconnected. And at some point, do we just keep making excuses and remain naive, or do we look at what is going on? Because you have the fact that the man was accused with Diddy doing things to a particular girl via Busby in a lawsuit, and Jay-Z fiercely reacted and defended himself. Then that lawsuit got dismissed and dropped. And then now you have him dropped in the Epstein Files alongside Pusha T, where basically he's been accused of doing stuff with Weinstein in a house, with Epstein in 1996. Twice now, Jay-Z's gone viral for similar actions, basically being accused. One in a lawsuit, one in a document, basically both coming out. Then when you look at the relationships that he's had, especially with Beyonce when he first met her, and the age difference is also very interesting. Moreover, in 1996, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Jay-Z was 27 years old. That man been grown, okay? That man been grown. The man wasn't an 18-year-old in 1996. The man's been grown. I believe he's 60 now, talking about, oh, he was too young in 1996. If you don't miss me with that nonsense, he was 27, I believe 28. Correct me if I'm wrong. So even the relationships that he developed with Beyonce or with Aaliyah or with Foxy Brown are even just one testament to somebody's character, possibly. But then his friendships with R. Kelly, his friendships with, Sean Combs, and for the fact that he collaborated so much with them. But then it also seems his friendship with Harvey Weinstein and what is going on here, and for the fact that even when Weinstein was going down with that New York Times explosive article coming out in 2016, he was still talking about, I want to invest in the company and save it. When R. Kelly's Badness was coming out, he still wanted to do a joint album and tour and etc. When, Diddy was accused of XYZ, the Rock Nation brunches were still going on. So when you have such close proximity now to 3 individuals who, basically have been either rotting, all 3 of them right now are currently rotting in jail. So, birds that flock together, whatever it's called, but the birds are flying together. And, Jay-Z's definitely flying with them if you look at the career of Friends. Or is it just the fact that they all are in the same circles because it is the entertainment industry and people just want to work together, and, Jay-Z's just the innocent angel compared to all of these, devilish bystanders? Do you want to really remain naive when it comes to this conversation? So when you look at the relationship between Jay-Z and Weinstein, when I looked it up and I was doing some research, I was quite shocked because I didn't expect it to be that deep between these two, to the point where they're investing in each other, they're doing boardroom meetings together. There's pictures of them everywhere together. Clearly, you know, Jay-Z's been mentioned in his apology. There's financial agreements. They want to help each other out. He's got exclusive rights to this XYZ. The relationship runs deep, just like it ran deep with Diddy. And suddenly Diddy was no longer a friend. Diddy was just an acquaintance per Jay-Z's lawyer when he came out to say that. And, you know, R. Kelly currently is rotting away in prison and he will be released. It's been detailed in 2045. What the hell, guys, is honestly going on? I don't understand. And I'm not saying that all of this is a fact. It's all alleged. It's all come out in documents. Everybody's been speaking about it online. It's gone viral. And we spoke about it last night. But now I'm looking at the relationship and the deep dive between these two individuals. Hopefully you guys, you know, were informed with this deep dive. Hopefully it helped in some kind of way or painted a picture. Please do let me know. Comment down below on this video and give this video a thumbs up. I would appreciate it. Definitely subscribe. It's just one click. That's all you guys need to do to join Murad Nation for 24/7 constant videos on my channel. I would appreciate it if you guys give this video a thumbs up for the algorithm and definitely subscribe. It's just one click, guys. It's all you guys got to do. I would appreciate it. I'm working endlessly over these past 24 hours to get all of this content out for you guys. So I really would appreciate that. But, you know, this is crazy. This is honestly crazy that we are seeing a connect like this run so deep. Whew. I'll catch you guys soon for another video.
So, as we know, Jay-Z has a deep-rooted relationship with Harvey Weinstein, right? But then there's the other side of the coin. Well, why would he be fucking underage girls and whatever stuff? Now, I wish I had the video that's on Twitter going around. Let me see if I can find it real quick because I couldn't earlier. But Jay's own man said he had a adult relationship. Let me see if I could see. Because there's a video on Twitter. I'm going to play a different one, matter of fact. Because there was a gentleman that knew Jay that was saying that he never had, you know, a real adult relationship like that. And that he always had dealings with underage girls or just teenagers, really, right? Girls that weren't necessarily developed in their 20s and things like that. Now, the only girl that was documented at the time in the 2000s that Jay was messing with that was of age, that was about 20 years old, was Aaliyah. Aaliyah was 20 years old in the 2000s. In the year 2000, I should say, when they started dating. So I know Nicki is putting out the picture of Aaliyah being 15, 16, 17. No. She was 20 years old when she was dating Jay. Before that, she was with R. Kelly. At 15, 16, 17, she was with R. Kelly. 14. Excuse me. Actually, no. Between the ages of 13, I believe, and 17, she was with R. Kelly. So, actually, no, 13 and 18, excuse me. Between the ages of 13 and 18, she was with R. Kelly. I believe her and Kells broke up at 18, while she was 18, 19, and then she started dating other people in the industry as well as Jay-Z in 2000. So, yeah, that's the actual timeline for Aaliyah. Now, as far as other women that we know are documented by him are Foxy Brown. And I played some clips of Foxy Brown, but I'll play just a couple here.
Game for briefly, a little brief time, actually in it, but you've been listening to hip-hop your entire life, and I'm sure you'll agree that female MCs a lot of times didn't get their props, but now in 96, you know what I'm saying, it's on. You got yourself...
Yeah, the ladies, I think, 96.
Yeah, the ladies. All right, you heard it here first, 1996, right. 97. Yeah, the ladies. Why is 98. That? Why is it now, though?
Why now?
Why now?
I don't know, I think females are just, like, not having it this year. It's, like, more flavor. Not to say that they didn't have flavor back in the days, but everybody is just, I don't know.
Hip-hop, but, hip-hop used to treat females like second-class citizens. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she can ride, whatever, but she can't head the bill, you know what I'm saying?
I think
more so because they don't think that females can hang with males, like, or either it was stereotypical, like you had to be the hardcore hoodies, Timbs, fatigue, you had to be hard, or you weren't trying to get noticed. Right. So now we're adding more class, sex appeal, sassiness, back to hip hop. So it's starting to recognize now.
Go on with the skills. That's what I'm saying. It's skills and sassiness hit record. That's all it equals. 1996, 97 years. Well, I'm glad to see the year of the female. You know, I rather watch y'all than, I ain't gonna front you, my man. I'd rather watch you or this brother any day. You know what I'm saying? It's all good though. I mean, keep playing. You know, I'll make sure your videos run. Keep running, but I'm gonna be watching some Foxy. Look at it.
Now, Foxy herself was 18 years old at the time of this interview. So she would have been technically of age, right? 18 years old. But Jay-Z, however, in 1996 was 27. So someone that was almost 30 years old was dating someone that was 9-10 years their senior. Right? Now, Ain't No Nigga came out in 96. I believe the record might have been recorded late 95. Which means she was 17 when the record was actually recorded. So now, you ask yourself, well, was she really a teenager and all this other stuff? Well, I'll let Oskino tell you.
Well, I mean, what's coming...
Now, brief introduction to Oskino. Oskino is a member of State Property, Rockefeller Records, back in the early 2000s. Oskino was heavily around Jay and Dame, especially Dame. So Oskino would know things.
Back up is Foxy Brown. She was still in high school.
But she said she didn't happen, so like, I mean...
She said she didn't happen, but she did say that he would pick her up from high school to take her to the studio when the Ain't No record came out.
I don't know if you know, I don't know where you was at back in the 80s or the early 90s, Vlad, but when my neighborhood, every girl that was bad, the 16 and 15, 17, had old head boyfriends. They had the Benzes, the big ropes, so and it wasn't frowned upon, it was just regular, that's how it went. So, you know what I mean? So like the time era back then, not saying it's right or wrong, I'm saying the time era back then, if he was doing that, it was cool to do back then. Like now it's everybody politically correct and you can't do that stuff. But I know even when I was a young boy, I had my little girlfriends. They all had an old head boyfriend that they was messing with. You know what I mean? Like they old head boyfriend. They just buy them clothes, don't really take them somewhere, whatever stuff you can't do, and they mess with you. It's for real. I mean, but that's just how I went. I mean, but now this world, it's like, you know what I mean? You got to be can't do.
And I had said this before on the pod that back in the day, and not even in the 80s, hell, the 90s, even I want to say early 2000s, close to late 2000s, not 2020s, of course, but 2010s. That was a regular thing. It wasn't something that was even frowned upon until later, or the days of now, I should say. Until Gen Z, you could say, right? The new millennials, I want to say, not Gen Z. The millennials, you want to say. It didn't become an actual frowned upon thing until now. But it was always wrong. Let me also be on record in saying that. It was always wrong. For example, I told you guys about how the high schoolers, even the kids that, matter of fact, the kids that had graduated, some of them had even graduated, they were 18, 19 years old. They were still going up to the junior high school to pick up the 13 going on 14s, right? Guys that were in our high school that were, 16, 17, were talking to the 12 and 13s in junior high school. That was a regular thing. And what he's talking about even further down the line of the 16 and 17-year-olds in high school that were talking to the guys that were 20, almost 30 years old, that was also a regular thing. But there was the exception, or should I say there was a thing where if you were of a certain age, so 16, 17 with a 23, say 24-year-old. Cutting close. Because when you get past that 25, 26, it's like, all right, my nigga, what are you doing? You're almost 30 years old now. What are you doing with a 17-year-old? What's going on here now? So someone that's 27 at the time, Jay-Z, in 96, is dating someone that is, again, 9 years their senior, 17, 18 years old. Raises the eye a little bit, doesn't it?
Stuff like that, but that's how I always went. So if they compare this today's era with if he did that with Foxy Brown back in the day, it's not the same.
Yeah, I mean, she's not saying anything happened. They were just...
Plus, he put her on. She got on.
Well, and she kind of put him on, too, because that was his first hit song.
Yeah,
You really think about it.
Yeah,
that was on the
crazy.
Nutty Professor soundtrack. If you really think about it, like, Dead Presidents was like a cool street record. It was an underground record.
That song right
Stretch and Bobbito, played it, in the middle of the night. Yeah. All the hip-hop heads loved it. But the Ain't No record, that was a hit song.
That's what I know Jay-Z. That's the first time I just met Jay-Z.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That got into Philly, got into L.A., got into Miami. That's that record that was the first hit. And Foxy...
She was fucking spitting on that shit, yo. Like,
Foxy was on that record.
That song was unbelievable. Like, when it came out, that shit was unbelievable. That shit was, like, unbelievable. That shit was
shout
crazy.
out to Jazzo, who produced it and did the hook.
Oh, Jazzo did? He did?
Yeah, I mean, he did the male version of the hook.
Is him and Jay-Z cool now?
I mean, I interviewed him a few years ago.
I just
mean,
feel like
they're cordial.
I'm saying, if you name yourself after somebody, it seems like if I name myself Vlad or something like VLD and my name
VLD or something.
You know what I mean? Like, so you would think I would pay homage to you. You know what I'm saying? I say like, well, Vlad, listen, I'm named after you for real. Because like, I always wonder why Jay-Z named Jay-Z. His name's Sean Carter.
Named after Jazzo, yeah. So, he was named after Jazzo. And look, we talked about it. They were cool because remember like the Originators, 99 or something? And I think what...
Okay, so before he gets too far off topic, one other clip would be Dame Dash getting a little bit uncomfortable when Nick Cannon would ask him about Foxy Brown.
At what age was Foxy Brown signed?
I wasn't paying attention to Foxy Brown.
Yeah, but that's...
I didn't sign Foxy Brown.
I know you did. I'm just asking a question.
Because I'm on the block. I'm responsible for everybody.
You the boss. I'm just asking a question.
I don't know. My name is Cousin Bennett, and I ain't in it.
Oh, now you ain't in it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just saying.
I promise you. I
thought Foxy was like 16. That's all I'm saying.
Did I sign her? It sounds like you...
All I'm saying is...
Remember when I said earlier about Dame will dance around something? He's a very honest person, so before he tells you the truth, he'll dance around it. He didn't want to say there at all. Yeah. She was 16. He didn't want to say it at all. He just danced around it. He said, well, I'm saying no, I didn't sign her.
Tell you when we live in these glass houses.
It seems like you got a question for Jay. Ask him. When you say that Foxy was 16 when she got signed, why did you say that just now? Just curious.
When I first was introduced to who Foxy was, I thought there was something between Foxy and Jay.
Oh, yeah, Jay. But that's the question you're trying to ask me.
Oh, I would say because you was there. I only can ask the people. You my man. We close. You was there. That's all I was asking.
It would be so out of my character to speak on another man's business.
So we not gonna do that because we don't want you to speak out of character.
This is back in the day footage of Foxy and Jay at home.
Stop sweating, man. Buy a camera.
Very young teenage Foxy Brown. And there's Jay in the jersey.
Representing 142. Alright.
Now, of course, there's Kareem Biggs Burke in the back as well. So it's not like there isn't. And you've heard about Fox even talking about them being in the Lexus, the all white Lexus back in the day. Oh, I didn't get that one. Okay, hold on. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this is what I was looking for. The footage of Miss Foxy speaking on the relationship with Jay-Z just a little bit more. A little bit more in depth. A little bit more in depth. Not too in depth. It's only a minute long. Only a minute long. But this is an actual clip of her talking about her age. Now, of course, I don't think it's the same situation where Little Kim was forced to lie about her age. But, you know. Told you they tried to shut me down. Like, my player stopped working. My microphone was literally glitched. The line was just stuck. I was like, yo, they were really trying to get me. They really trying to get me out here. Like, even the media player is kind of freeze right now. All right, here we go. Oh, wait. What just happened? Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. 1 second, y'all. 1 second. All right, you know what? I'll just play the YouTube one. It's fine. I already have it pulled up. You can't stop me, Jay.
Was I shocked when Jay said the line in Picasso Baby? Yes, because we've talked about that. We have a history that supersedes music, and we know how this business works. We sit back and we laugh at those rumors.
Now she's talking about the lyric in Picasso where he says, "I never stuck my cock in the fox's box."
When Jay said the line in Picasso Baby, yes, because we've talked about that. We have a history that supersedes music, and we know how this business works. We sit back and we laugh at those rumors. We laugh at that. I think he began to feel the pressure because people were saying my age, the age thing. She was 15, 14. She was 15, 14. And after a while, that gets to a person. The Jay I know, the Sean I know, never comes out of character. So
I never stuck my cock in the fox's box, but damn if I ain't open Pandora's box. They try to slander your man on CNN and Fox. My Mirandas don't stand a chance to cop.
Was I shocked when Jay?
So he's always tried to deny, not necessarily deny, he's always tried to dance around, once again, the fact that Foxy Brown was a young teenager when they were dealing with each other. And as you heard from Foxy, you know, he's always tried to keep quiet about that type of, he's always tried to, you know, remove himself from that whole situation as far as, you know, them actually dating at such a young age, dating her at such a young age. So he had to say something. Similar to what he did on Trouble, the record Trouble, where he rapped about Free. He never had a baby by Free. Like I said, Jay has always put what's going on as far as the rumors in him concerned. He's always put it in record. He's always put it in record. So I'm not going to be surprised if there's a Jay-Z album that's going to be made off of this, just so he can try to get, you know, his name out of some of these things. Because that's how Jay-Z's always done it. If we're talking about, you know, even back then with Not Guilty, the record Not Guilty, which was ironically with R. Kelly, Jay did a record called Not Guilty, Jigga Not Guilty. Where at the time he was going to court over the alleged stabbing of Aunt Rivera. Jay has always put what's going on with him in the music. So at the time, the rumors were going around, or not even the rumors were going around, people were talking heavily around the time of the Magna Carta album, people were talking about when Foxy was very underage dating Jay-Z. Also, the reason people were talking about it was because, and I played this on the documentary. The reason, I can't play it here, of course. It's actually very hard to find, now that I think about it. The clip of Foxy Brown giving detailed information of them riding around in a Lexus, him buying her pizza and things like that, recording Ain't No Nigga. But how she would fantasize about those, those rides in the white Lexus, and how, even how you heard in the other interview with Oskino, how he used to pick her up from high school. But it doesn't stop there. There were other women. Hear from Dogface.
Let me back up to Aaliyah real quick, man. I know probably a lot of people.
I was trying to avoid that conversation, but come on.
I know, man, but this one, we can leave this in, or we ain't got to, man.
No, leave all that shit in. Why did Mace leave? Because of all the debauchery, all the devilish and sinful shit. It wasn't just because Diddy was an asshole. Diddy trying to fuck. He trying to fuck on that boy.
R. Kelly allegedly told his girlfriend one day that he had slept with Aaliyah's mom when Aaliyah fell asleep.
Jay-Z name was fucking Foxy Brown. She was 15.
Our parents basically selling their souls for their kids to experience harm.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm gonna kind of keep it in New York real quick, man, because I'm about to bring up two New Yorkers, or one former New Yorker, Aaliyah and Foxy Brown. Just walk with me.
Aaliyah from Detroit.
She's from Detroit, but she was born in Brooklyn.
Yeah, but they don't look at her like she's a Brooklynite. She's a Detroiter.
Right.
Simple as that. You ain't finna take her.
You know what's crazy?
You ain't finna get on like that, man. Nice try though.
I said when I bring this up, I'm pretty sure he gonna say something about her being from Detroit. I know she's from Detroit.
Yeah.
All right, but check it out though. Look, so Aaliyah and Foxy Brown like them, they're like the same age, man. You know what I'm saying? Both was born in Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? And both got into the industry young, and both worked with older men. Who were rumored to be sleeping with, young girls at this time. Mm-hmm. So my question to you, bro, is
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is think about Foxy Brown. Jay-Z name was fucking Foxy Brown. She was 15. That's just a further example of the pedophilia and all this so strange ass behavior going on around here, man. Foxy Brown was fucking, she was 15 years old, and them grown niggas was fucking on her, Mafia, without no reservation. Think about it. Because people talk about the R. Kelly Aaliyah thing because Foxy Brown never presented herself like a victim. Foxy Brown was just a fast ass hoe. And she was a street bitch. But Foxy Brown was really a victim of the New York niggas. She's really a victim. When you think about Foxy Brown, Kamora Lee Simmons, all them pervert old freak ass New York niggas was able, if they wasn't gay and raping little boys and molesting little boys, they was fucking on little girls, bro. And everybody know it. But see, New Yorkers don't want to admit it because of that New York pride. You New York niggas, not you, but you New York niggas, y'all are the freakiest niggas on the faces of this planet. I don't want to hear about no San Francisco. I don't want to hear shit about no Atlanta. In New York niggas, Atlanta wasn't known as a gay city. You know it wasn't.
Hey, that's a valid point, man, about that freakiness.
They brought that freaky shit from New York with them and set it up and starred. You want to be a star? That you want to be star shit, they brought that. Oh, you want to be a star? A proverbial casting couch. The New York executives brought that freaky shit down to Atlanta and turned Atlanta into a gay mecca.
Man, how you think these sexual predators are able to navigate through the music industry so easily, though?
Because this is a fraternity and sorority of pedophiles, rapists, child molesters, and overall freaky ass, freak type ass, tree jumping, bushwhacking ass niggas. That's how. Because they turn the other cheek. Like the Epstein Files. Why you think the Epstein Files haven't in total? Because there's so many powerful names. So why do you think? Listen, the shit that Biggie did, the cocksucking ass Diddy, that wasn't no secret. Remember, the reason why Mace got the fuck away from him. We now know through the Mace and Cam show. Shout out to Mace, Cam, my man Maurice Claret. Shout out to all them boys. Mace got the fuck. We didn't understand why would Mace leave. He was the superstar on Bad Boy. Biggie was gone. Why did Mace leave? Because of all the debauchery, all the devilish and sinful shit. It wasn't just because Diddy was an asshole. Diddy trying to fuck. He trying to fuck on that boy. Damn. And Mace was like, hey, no. Mace, listen, Mace saw so much crazy shit, he went to become a pastor. That wasn't no, see, motherfuckers get this shit mixed up. Mace is from Harlem, bro. I had Mace first mixtapes while I was in prison. Mace used to rap about selling dope, heroin, and fucking niggas up. Mace wasn't no shiny suit ass nigga. Puffy turned Mace into a suit and tie ass, horse and carriage ass nigga.
So, all right. So before he gets too far off the topic, well, not necessarily. Let's actually stay on that topic of Jay-Z and Diddy, shall we? Because Gene Deal had a, so also the documentary, I want you guys to look when you get a chance. I played the clip of Matthew Knowles. Bun B told a story about Matthew Knowles pulling him to the side in the studio with Pimp C and saying, "Please don't fuck my daughter." This is documented. Matter of fact, I'll do this. I'll do that. I'll do that one because I think I got that one here. I believe I have that one here. Where you at, Bun? Where you at, Bun? You know what? Let me put this in. Yeah, I'll do this. Give me 1 second. Because I didn't plan on showing this one. Yes, they don't have the actual. Yeah, they don't have the actual footage. This was just the audio clip of it.
What it is and what it ain't, I'm gonna tell y'all what I think. Man, there's a video, man, that does surface, man, with dogs out here. Yeah.
Hold on.
So, and he,
Hold on. Here it goes.
Want to break into cybersecurity?
Here it goes.
The Jay-Z verse to be of equal value to him. So let's just break this bread and be done with it. Pimp and Jay.
The $1 million, they should give it.
Where is it? Hold on. I got y'all. So I don't want to have to go all the way back into the damn thing. Aha, here we go.
Because none of us have ever really been this close to her as the full-fledged superstar that she is now. I think this is during the scene with the chairs. So it's like her and several other girls, and they all have these short skirts on or dresses, whatever, and they're all dancing seductively on the chair. They've got a leg up on the chair, so you can kind of see the thigh and maybe a little bit of butt if you're staring hard enough. And Jay-Z calls and talks to one of her assistants. If I had to guess, it would be her cousin Angie that he would have talked to, because Angie has always been the right hand to Beyonce. And he's like, "Yeah, how's the video going? Well, it's going good. Are the guys there? Yeah, they're there. It's them and some of their homies. And we're all of the guys that are with us are the only men there. And well, let's say this. There were other men there, but they weren't straight.
Sure.
So he's like, wait a minute, how many dudes are there? And so she's like, it's about 9 or 10 guys, I guess, over there. Where are they now? They're in here. They're in the soundstage. They're kind of watching, watching her film. What is she wearing? They describe the outfit, and he's like, yo, clear the room.
Wow.
So they immediately come over to us, and they kick all of us out,
Mhm.
send us up to our dressing rooms.
Wow.
And we're told to stay there.
Wow.
Until we have to shoot.
Okay.
We're not allowed to watch Beyonce dance
That was the
anymore
end of that.
in the video. And so I guess Beyonce gets wind of the call.
Mhm.
She comes up and she apologizes
Wow.
to us for having to, I'm so sorry you guys had to leave the room, but Jay's
So if you're not following along,
not comfortable. And
You know
we're
how
like,
it
no,
is.
Jay-Z pretty much was very jealous of the fact that they were shooting a video with Beyonce. Didn't even want them watching her, looking at her, anything. Said, nah, they gotta go.
no, we understand fully, right? We're like, no, it's no problem. We're happy to be here.
Right.
And from my point of view, I don't need these guys looking at my woman like this. Again, these are the very early stages of their relationship.
Right.
And so the video comes out and everything, and of course I'm blowing the smoke and it's baller. And I remember asking Hov about it. He was like, yeah, man, I'm not finna have y'all looking at my girl like that. You know, that's it. He was like, I called. I was like, who's in there? What are they doing? And what she got on? And when I realized what she had on, y'all had to go. You know? A funny story, though, about Beyonce. Back when they were much younger, we had a recording session. This was actually the day that UGK and Fifth Ward Boys recorded Swang Wide. So there's a lot of our guys in there. There's a shit ton of Rap-A-Lot guys in the building. And Destiny's Child is recording in another room in the studio.
Okay.
And so Pimp goes in, they're like, Destiny Child over. He's like, oh, I want to meet them. They tight. You know, he goes in and he introduces himself, and I guess Beyonce was kind of taken aback that she was meeting Pimp C. Again, this was before Destiny's Child was a worldwide phenomenon. And so he comes back in the studio, and we're recording and hanging out, and Matthew Knowles comes in, and he asks, Pimp, can I talk to you for a minute? And so they leave out for a couple of minutes, and Pimp comes in, and he's dying laughing. And we're like, what's wrong? He's like, yo, Matthew Knowles just told me don't fuck his daughter, man. Please don't fuck my daughter. And she was only like, I think 18, 19 at that. He's like, man, I don't want your daughter. She's young, man. I don't want your daughter. But it was just the point that, again, I imagine that in the moment, in their younger ages, getting to meet Pimp C, guys in the building, and Destiny's Child is recording in another room in the studio.
Okay.
And so Pimp goes in, they're like, Destiny Child over. He's like, oh, I want to meet them. They tight. You know, he goes in, and he introduces himself, and I guess Beyonce was kind of taken aback that she was meeting Pimp C. Again, this was before Destiny's Child was a worldwide phenomenon. And so he comes back in the studio, and we're recording and hanging out, and Matthew Knowles comes in, and he asks, Pimp, can I talk to you for a minute? And so they leave out for a couple of minutes, and Pimp comes in, and he's dying laughing. And we're like, what's wrong? He's like, yo, Matthew Knowles just told me don't fuck his daughter, man. Please don't fuck my daughter. And she was only like, I think 18, 19 at that. He's like, man, I don't want your daughter. She's young, man. I don't want your daughter. But it was just the point that, again, I imagine that in the moment, in their younger ages, getting to meet Pimp C, right, and the height of UGK, right, was a big deal. And she might have been taken aback a bit. And he felt concerned about losing his daughter to a rapper. And I guess that was a valid.
Felt the way about losing his daughter to a rapper, but just a year later ends up dating Jay-Z. Isn't that something? Year later ends up dating Jay-Z. When she started dating Jay. So again, right? It's not new that Jay has had dealings with teens. I'm not even going to say underage women, but we'll say teens, allegedly, right? Not something that's new. Also not new he's jealous, right? Would have things done to people over women, right? So, another person that had something to say, real quick, on the matter would be Gene Deal, who noticed things back in the day and why they were dating.
Speaking of Jay, right? How you feel about that statement that him and his lawyer came up with?
Well, I think that his lawyer did a great job, somewhat, with the information that he had. I know people in the industry, been around for a long time, was there when he first started dating Beyonce at 17, 18, he was 30-something. You didn't know his age. When I look back and see how old Jay-Z was, I think Jay-Z was born in like 69 or 67, something like that, 67 right there, 69. I think he was born in 69. Beyonce, they say she was born in 81. You understand? But back then, in 81, when we was in the club together, 98, 99, she wasn't even supposed to be in the club, but she was in the club. It was Club Eugene's. And Jay was dating her. And at that time, if you look at Jay's age, he was about 30 years old. So, isn't she still somewhat a child? To me, she is. But I guess they protect child. That's how you protect a child, dating her at the age of 30-some years old and she's 17, 18 years old. If that's her true age. We really don't know her true age because
he really started to say that's how they protect child predators. But go ahead, G.
Gabrielle Union said she went to junior high school with her, and Gabrielle Union is considered 6, 7 years older than Beyonce age that she getting. So we really don't know. You know what I'm saying? But to get back to your letter, I believe that the lawyer was doing what he did, and he threw shade at Puff in the interim of that by saying that all celebrities, you may think all celebrities are alike, you know what I'm saying? He know he's under this situation with Puff. But you got to look at this right here. They sent him a letter. Busby sent him a letter for 2 reasons, I believe. To open up the floodgate, just like that 1-800 bad boy number did, and people start calling in saying what Puff did to them. Because he already had that information from that person when they first did the suit against Puff. She made those allegations back then. So he sent him a letter saying, yo, listen to me, man. Hey, let's not let this go anywhere. Pay this off and we can walk away from it. And for what we know and what we've heard, that the girl information may not be totally right. Because I know in 2000, what she just said, and me being there and around, I know the atmosphere, I know the players, and I know how we moved and how we didn't move. You understand what I'm saying? So now, I know what she said about 2000 was wrong. I don't know, I'm not talking about what actually happened to her. I can't speak on what actually happened to her, but I can speak on the atmosphere that what she spoke on and how she got there. It wasn't happening. So now, to get back, they sent Jay this letter. Jay, nah, that ain't me. Guy with his lawyers and them and everything. His lawyers and them wrote that shit up. And now he presenting to the people like he wrote it. Everybody know that if he's stealing rhymes and he's stealing bars, I know that's your man, Mighty. But you know there's a lot of bars and a lot of rhymes he done stole from people. If he's stealing rhymes and he's stealing bars, he ain't writing no letter like that for nobody and to nobody.
I mean, Jay was paying homage, man, showing respect.
Oh, okay. He was showing respect?
Yeah.
Well, I guess Tupac and Biggie showed the same respect too, right? Huh? Oh, you ain't got nothing to say about that. All right, okay. I guess Big L was showing respect too, right? I guess Cam them show respect too, huh? It's a lot of rappers, man. I guess Mace was showing respect too. It's a lot of rappers, man. They don't steal. Yo, Mighty, I'm finna blow you out the water. This nigga stole the whole song. I got 99 problems, and now he finding out a bitch is one. Come on now. He stole a whole song from Ice-T. Didn't give him the props on it. I know you're gonna cut this part out, but it's the truth. Let's get back to the letter. Now, he called the lawyer ambulance chase and all that stuff like that. I think Tony Busby probably got a lawsuit against him now. You understand? defamation of character, the whole 9 yards. So Jay gonna have to say, I didn't write that, my lawyer wrote that. But he came out like saying that he wrote it, like he was doing that. So he got him a defamation claim, defamation. I think Tony Buzzer got a defamation lawsuit against him right now. Against his character, this, that, and the third, the whole 9 yards. So as far as that letter is concerned, man, Tony Busby sent him a demand letter, award letter. All lawyers do that. He didn't go out the scope of what the information he had from representing his client. Now Jay-Z is sitting back, you know what I'm saying, going at him personally. Now, all this back and forth and this media stuff like that, 9 times out of 10, you usually don't find that lawyers going at each other in the media. They be doing that shit in the courtroom, but it makes for entertainment. And I guess we're being entertained by this bullcrap.
Okay, so, all right, let's get into the meat and potatoes of things. So, as you heard, Gene Deal himself, you know, seen them back in the day in the clubs, and even was saying with something, you know, why is nobody saying anything about this 30-year-old man being with this teenager, pretty much, right? Same thing I just said. It's like, you know, you're 30 years old. What is your actual interest in someone that is not mentally developed there yet, even that is even on your same level intellectually, right? Let alone financially. Sounds like grooming, doesn't it? At the end of the day. So, with that being said, let's get to why we are here. So, that's the first thing we could do. I want to show you guys this, right? So, as you can see here, in a sec. I pull up, matter of fact, I'll do this. Yeah. So, when you put in Sean Carter, of course, it comes up with the one result, which we're going to pull up in a second. But what people, I guess, had not seen just yet, and they're going to within these next couple of days, I guess, excuse me, is if you put in the word Jay-Z, just so you know, we're on justice.gov in the Epstein library. If you put in the search word Jay-Z in the Epstein library, you come up with 91 results. So I'm like, wait, why is Jay-Z's name in the Epstein Files 91 fucking times? Why? Why? Why is he there? Now, of course, there's going to be a lot of nothing burgers. Could be a lot of nothing burgers of him just looking up things. But why would someone have this much information on Jay-Z in the Epstein Files is my question. So look at the first one, right? So we have to put in Sean Carter. And that brings up the one that is viral right now. Oh, I don't know why I did that. So I want to bring up, I want to make sure these are up still. So this is the one that is viral. Zoom in a little bit. Yeah, got it. This is the redacted filing in the Epstein Files. Federal Bureau, so the FBI investigation. Epstein child sex trafficking. So this information was received in 2019. So it's not like this information was received a couple of years ago or the past year after hearing about Jay-Z's allegations. No. This was when Epstein was arrested. It says 2019, 8:20 a.m. Someone called in the FBI National Threat Operations Center to identify herself as a victim of sex abuse by Jeffrey Epstein and others. Provide the following information. In approximately 1994, revealed herself to as a past victim of sex abuse by Epstein, described the abuse occurred during parties, further identified as a friend of blank, in approximately 1996, resided with blank in blank, an unknown man abducted from her home, whence she later awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter, Jay-Z, while Weinstein had inserted his fingers into blank Blank believed she was in Epstein's mansion in Florida, estimated she was abducted on several occasions, awakening each time in an opulent indoor setting, suffered from sex abuse on multiple of those occasions in which Epstein participated, recalled Leon Black and William Barr, current United States Attorney General, being present during some of the occasions of abuse in approximately 2006. Last recalled being abused by Epstein. On each occasion, believed she was drugged, clouding her memory. Attributed the drugging as frequently performed by persons assigned as handlers, whom she described as persons who established friendships with the victims. Among her handlers, Blank identified the artist Pusha T. In approximately 2007, attended a party following invitation from an unknown man who approached her as she walked down a street. Weinstein and Pusha T also attended the party and drugged her before engaging in sexual abuse. Claimed to have additional information of other persons involved in the enterprise and information related to racketeering conducted in support of the trafficking. Blank further believed she was under surveillance and stalked at the direction of the people involved in the sex abuse. Confirmed she was not diagnosed with any mental illness. Also refused to provide her physical address, advising that she maintained no permanent address. Rather, she moved between staying at different hotels. This was the document that was released recently in the Epstein Files. What possessed someone to even put Sean Carter's name in the search box? I don't know. But it was a good idea because, like I said, when you search Jay-Z's name in the Epstein Files, it comes up, like I said, 91 times. When you search Pusha T, he comes up 4 times. Not just the one filing. Now, again, reason why I said some of these could be nothing burgers is because, for example, this one here, right? This one is just a Spotify reading, it looks like, right? Looks like it's like a chart picking, and Pusha T was on it, right? But what was odd about that was this article here that came out recently. In regards to Spotify. It says Jeffrey Epstein was offered $100 million of Spotify at $5 billion valuation and asked Peter Thiel for thoughts. Then asked Thiel for thoughts on Thiel's own Palantir, which Thiel said he was bullshitting on. Oh, he was bullish on, not bullshitting, excuse me. Said that he was bullish on, meaning he was trying to move forward on it. Did Epstein own a chunk of Palantir or Spotify? Palantir or Spotify? And it's the document here. It says, I would hold off on doing anything in Spotify at $5 billion. There is some upside, especially in an M&A scenario, but I am not convinced it's a great risk reward. Risks include Apple launching new products here, record labels being tougher on contract renegotiations, somewhat more bullish on Palantir, but I think there is no need to rush. We can discuss later in person. And I'm being offered $100 million on Spotify at $5 billion valuation. Thoughts? Palantir? Thoughts? This is Peter Thiel sending an email to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, who's Peter Thiel? Right? Heavy investor in Spotify. Heavy investor in Spotify. So, You're saying to yourself, okay, what's it got to do with Pusha? Well, you have to read between the lines here of what it has to do with Pusha. Ask yourself, how does a rapper with not one record on the radio, not one record on the radio at the time, is able to pull in so much money still by himself? And how is the guy buying Bentleys and Phantoms and Rolls Royces and mansions and multi-million-dollar success? How is he having all of this success with no success from the actual music? It's called manipulation of presence. As you heard out of Pusha's own mouth, hush money that he was given. You literally heard that in the record Untouchable, where he talks about hush money. Let's pull up that lyric real quick. Hush money, Pusha T, Untouchable lyrics. Was it If You Know You Know? It might have been If You Know You Know, actually. I'll just do it straight from Genius. I'll just do it straight from Genius. So much easier. So much easier. Okay, scratch the easier part. Scratch the easier part. So notice in the first verse. Where is it? They try to pin the trafficking on me. Mine on Tony. Okay, it was If You Know You Know. Hold on. It's If You Know You Know. It's got to be If You Know You Know. Yeah, it's got to be If You Know You Know. Where are you? Where the hell are you? I might have just played a record. Oh. I think I'm getting around it now. No, but the carport trapdoor is supposed to be awkward. But I just play the damn intro I got. Just so I can catch it.
This deal is ringing off. I just have to looking at me with one eye. The company I keep is not corporate enough. Child rebel soldier, you ain't orphan enough. A rapper turned trapper can morph into us, but a trapper turned rapper can morph into Puff.
That was a very interesting line there too.
No Al Roker. If you know, you know. I only ever look at the smokers. I predict. Layers and ball shorts, coaching from side of the ball court. If you know, you know. One stop like a Walmart. We got the tennis balls for the wrong sport. If you know, you know. Supposed to be awkward. If you the reason we ball for. Circle
600. Untouchable under a 600.
Yeah. I drops every blue moon to separate myself from you kings of the YouTube. I am more YouTube. I am like Bono with the edge. In Mexico, fuck Donald and his pledge. Legend has it, the wrist is magic. The left is Paddock for leaps, replaced by Matsuhisa. Ignore most requests for the feature, unless it's getting played on the beach in Ibiza. While she fucking Nisha, and she sucking Shisha. Can't you see my total? Pam, Kima, Keisha. I'm aiming for the mo.
Okay, I'm wrong altogether. It's Drug Dealers Anonymous.
Runners, drug dealers anonymous. How many Madonnas can that Mazda fit? My brick talk is more than obvious, it's ominous. Garage is the phantom, ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. Blonde mohawk, the collection, I'm Dennis Rodman. The money count is the only moment of silence, cause hush money balances all this drugs and violence. Moment of silence, cause hush money balances all this drugs and violence.
Okay, so like I said, when I heard that line earlier, I was like, okay, so there is indication of him being in a similar circle, like or not a similar circle, him being similar to Khaled almost, right? Because it says in the document, Pusha was a handler, right? So that would mean that he's okay. Not even Khaled. Give you a better one. Ray J. Pusha is like Ray J. Because you know how the rumor goes of Ray J being like the main drug dealer in Hollywood, right? That gets everybody their pills and their coke, everything like that. So they're the distributor of Hollywood, right? And Ray J has even talked about having quote unquote hush money, right? Same exact boat as Pusha. He's in the same exact boat as Ray J. Just not panicking, of course, right? Say that to say that what we're seeing here in this document, for example, what we're seeing here in the document for Spotify, where is it? Damn it. The document for Spotify. You say to yourself, okay, what's a Spotify document got to do with things? Plenty of things. So we saw the email from Peter Thiel and the money for Spotify to buy it, right? So that would mean that Jeffrey Epstein had dealings, him and Harvey, you could say, had dealings in the music industry, right? One would even go as far as to say Jeffrey played a huge part in how certain people or certain artists even got their numbers higher, right? Who's to say allegedly that Pusha wasn't doing side business, not direct, but side business with Jeffrey Epstein? What I mean by that is how Pusha always talks about moving drugs throughout the years, and possibly still is allegedly, right? What if Pusha is that handler? Or one of the many handlers, I should say. So, of course, there's never one main top dog handler, of course, right? Handlers are distributed by the bosses. So, what if he's one of the handlers that was doing side business for Epstein? In return, without having the radio success and the big industry rapper success, he in return received that hush money and the social presence of him was still, he still had the money. You get what I'm saying? If you follow me, you understand what I'm saying. So him not being this big name rapper was one thing. Or should I say big industry rapper, I should say, to put a better context to it. This big industry media popular rapper, this pop star, almost if you will, Pusha didn't need that. Pusha didn't want that. In return, he received the numbers, the accolade, almost, if you will, right? Remember he got the, what year was that Pusha won the Grammy? What year did Pusha T win the Grammy? Wins Grammy for, was it Best Rap Album? Best Rap Album. What year was that? What year did he win that? God damn it. Daytona. (2018). 2018. That's when he won for Daytona. Best Rap Album of the Year. Hold on. Because I believe, let me see something. Wasn't there something in the documents about 2017? Yeah. Year before that was the Harvey Weinstein situation. So I'm wondering now, again, if we're talking about side business and dealings, right? I'm wondering now if, wait, it's coming to me. Hold on. He won the Grammy in 2018. What year was Drug Dealers Anonymous? Oh, wait a minute. What year was Drug Dealers Anonymous? This is going to make perfect sense. 2016. Oh, shit. It's making sense. It's making sense to me now. It's making sense to me now. Oh, it's making a lot of sense to me now. Drug Dealers Anonymous comes out 2016. 2017, Harvey is arrested and accused of the allegations. What year was this filing? 2013. So that would mean, okay. So between the time of the 2010 and 2000, let's say 16, 17-ish, Jeffrey is doing side business through someone with Pusha to stay quiet about Harvey and everything else going on in the underworld with the trafficking. I'm putting two and two together here, allegedly. Of course, right? Allegedly, we have to say allegedly. If we put two and two together here, damn sure don't equal 5. I'm seeing a pattern here that leads to, like I said, some type of business dealings. Because like I said, this isn't the first one that's in here like this, where he's just randomly looking at Spotify, right? Okay, so that's that one. Pull up these two. And let me get rid of this one. I should say let me get it real quick before I forget. Let me do something with it. All right. So this would be tickets on sale. Right? And again, he's looking up concert tickets for Pusha T. It's like, now you're looking up concerts where he's going to be at? Think about that, right? Jeffrey Epstein looking up concerts where Pusha's going to be at? Follow, right? There's another Spotify document of the new music that was coming out that week. And this would be 2013. So what was out? What was out with 2013 with Pusha? My Name Is My Name. Would this also be the year? Wait, was this the same year that he got the Good Music President? President of Good Music. What year? Was this the same year? 2015. So 2 years later, He was president of Good Music. Okay, I just want to see if it was the same exact year, 2013. So 2013, he puts out "My Name Is My Name" through Def Jam and Good Music. And 2 years later, he's the president. Interesting. Because I said the same thing to myself when I looked up Pharrell and saw 14 results on him, and it was very similar filings to where he's looking at Spotify, he's looking at concerts with Pharrell. Let's give you another example here, right? Who had the hottest year on record? Oh, no. This is what climate. This is not negotiations. This was him doing something that had to do with climate control, and Pharrell was involved. This is one of the top stories on his feed. One of the top stories included something with Pharrell. Here, let me see. What did it say? What did it say? Why does Pharrell takes good care of his skin on his face, okay, so it was talking about Pharrell's skincare, ironically, right? And if we're talking about, skincare, we can't ignore the fact that they found the adrenochrome mentionings in the filings. They found the Pizzagate filings in there as well, right? They talked about pizza and grape soda being codes for what inside the Epstein Files as well recently this week. So I'm seeing, like I said, him talk about the skincare, and I'm already thinking about, you know what I mean? So let me see. This one talks about music again with Pharrell. Fandango. That's I think that's more. This is more talking about movies, though, right? Oh, okay. So this just had him in it right here. Okay. So that might be a nothing. That is not necessarily a nothing burger. Although it could be. Okay, that's the same one? No, it's a different one. This is a different one, but what does this mention? Pharrell Williams and Gwen Stefani replaced Shakira and Usher in season 7. Season 7 of what? What show was that? Pharrell Williams, Usher show. What show? What show are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, The Voice. Pharrell was on The Voice. So there's something in the filings of him talking about The Voice? Well, if that's the case, because see, when I see things like that, right? And like I said, I'm seeing him. Oh, damn, I didn't mean to hit the microphone. I'm seeing things like that, right? And I'm seeing things like him looking at Spotify and him having to deal with Spotify and him having control over certain artists, revenue and streams and things like that. I'm already, and then we already know how big of a player Epstein was in the production game with movies and TV. I'm saying to myself, well, damn, did he get Pharrell? Was he the reason why? Because there's pictures of, let me see. I know there's pictures of him with Harvey, but is there pictures of him with Jeffrey? No, nothing with Jeffrey. But again, predators move in flocks. You can definitely see one with Harvey and him. My brain is just stuck right now. I don't know why. Yeah, this is him and Harvey right here. Wait a second. Did he have something to do with the voice? I don't know why I seen do that. No. But Bob. No, Bob. No. No. Okay, don't see anything on these gentlemen being involved with the voice. But like I said, that doesn't rule out the fact that, like I said, major player in the production game doesn't mean, because like we just looked up, he doesn't own Spotify, right? Doesn't mean he didn't have anything to do with business dealings in Spotify. We just saw the email. He definitely does. So like I said, him having Pharrell in here about 14 different times, you know, one or two of them are like him just being an ad somewhere or something, right? But let me see this one. What was the context of this one, though? Day one speakers include Leanne Rhymes and Pharrell. So this is a public event that Pharrell was speaking at. Like I said, it's the fact that he has so much information on certain people is what I'm getting at. On certain specific names that are filed in the there are certain names that are in the Epstein files. It's like, okay, why is your name popping up this many times? You know what I mean? Like I can see if your name popped up in one or two things, and like we just seen one was an ad or something like that, right? But 14 different results with your name in it, Pharrell, and they're all something different, as if he's watching you somehow. What was this one? This one looks like it's Twitter links that involved Pharrell, but what does this say here? Doesn't really have them. It just has links. So it says some of them are actual nothing burgers. But like I said, why would you be looking up so many different things, like I said, that are on Pharrell? Like, why are you keeping a tab on him? Like, how when you look up Pusha T and you see his name in there a few times, you're like, okay, why are you looking up concert events where Pusha's going to be at? You're looking up his music revenue and streams and things like that. Like, why are you looking up these things on these people? You know what I mean? Unless you're either checking up on them, A, or B, you're trying to find them and where they are. Just gonna open the rest of these up right here. Might as well, real quick. So these last few don't really have context to them. This one looks like it's a link from dataset 11. Then we read about the day one speakers one. Oh, so it's in set 10 and 9, where he's looking up, again, information on when Pharrell's going to be somewhere. What's this one? 2010. This one's about the FBI, and it mentioned Pharrell though. Oh, this is about the protests. Not too sure exactly what this one is about, but him looking at something to do with the FBI, like almost like he's looking at like a watch list with the FBI, and there was something to do with Pharrell, not Pharrell being on the watch list, but just something to do with. I guess someone that was see, Jay-Z, Rihanna, and Pharrell also wrote. So I guess they were writing maybe like not a statement, but like what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Well, I guess you could say statement, defending somebody, or even speaking against somebody. But again, like I said, you raised the question of okay, why are you looking up something that involves this gentleman? Okay, so New York Post articles. Where the hell's Pharrell in this one? Let me X that one out real quick. This is 609. Oh, my eyes getting blurry. My eye getting blurry. Okay, so 09 was on page 2. It didn't have any context to it. It said Pharrell Williams 30. Doesn't necessarily have anything to. I don't know why they labeled him Pharrell Williams 30, Pharrell Williams 30, Pharrell Williams 30. Like, I don't know why they named it like that. Interesting. Why would his name show up here? Oh, I didn't mean to hit the microphone again. Why would his name show up in that? In a New York Post article about Epstein. Isn't that something? Pharrell Williams' name is literally in this New York Post article on Epstein. Not like I said, add in the bottom anywhere or anything, right? Yeah, this is all about an interview with Jeffrey Epstein, and he mentions Pharrell in it. As this is a New York Post article where Jeffrey mentions Pharrell. Okay. Oh, me eyes. Singling out Apple's top studs. Pharrell does something with Apple? Mm-hmm. Let me see. This is about something in 2015 where his song with. Okay, that was this when Happy came out? 2015. Oh, that's so much better. So much better. Oh, my eyes, so much better now. Okay. probably what it was. Just the light in my side of my eye. Okay, so moving on. What's this? Covered to dump cash from billionaire. Looks like these weird filings that mention him. He's in this one too. About Jeffrey having sex with a 16-year-old. Like I said, I'm looking through them to see if there's like just an ad or something that just Pharrell's mentioning, but doesn't appear to be. Like all this stuff is on Epstein specifically. Yeah, everything is on him, but seems to mention Pharrell in it somewhere. And this one was just named Pharrell Williams 30. It didn't say what exactly or where. Oh, my eye. Jesus. Okay. So, then there's this one, right? When I showed you guys. So, you see, Pusha comes out, what, 4 times? Or 5? 4 times. Now, when you put in this guy, 91 results for Jay-Z. Now, what was this first one here? In data set 9, because this one is separate. Jay-Z defends himself against Abramovic money theme set. Let me see. So apparently he has something to do with this as well. Because see, look, this was even in the title. Doesn't say who he replied to, but there's again an article involving Jay-Z and Marina Abramovic, which we know about Marina Abramovic. She pretty much was just accusing Jay of not paying her for her services. Let me get rid of some of this stuff here. What's this one? Okay. Let me get rid of some of this stuff here for my computer to start going crazy. I'm not going to look through all 91, but I just want to look through some of these real quick. So he took business. We already know about him. We heard that from Morale about Harvey Weinstein taking business, quoting Jay-Z's business lessons and practices. But now we see Jeffrey Epstein also looked at lessons from Jay-Z's business models. There's an article about Jay-Z doing the soundtrack for 2K. And you have Rockefeller, Simon, Cal, George Foreman, Jay-Z, Robert De Niro all have credible success without obtaining a high school diploma. You have this one that says Jay-Z, Third Eye Blind, and George Strait, date Sunday 30th, 2009. Let me see what this is. Ooh, even my hand is starting to hurt. Jesus. Hello, G Vacation. So the subject was new releases: Jay-Z, Third Eye Blind, and George Strait. Oh, Run This Town. Now, see, ironically, I'm seeing Run This Town. I remember the talk about Jay-Z saying that he was a Mason and then he cleared it up saying, no, I said I'm amazing, not that I'm a Mason. No, nigga, you said Mason, but you flipped it with saying I'm in Mason, Martin Marcella, talking about the actual clothing designer, right? But we're still talking about someone that also had a song with Rick Ross titled Freemason. So I'm looking at this here like, okay, this is specifically referencing Jay-Z's Run the Town record that was out. So I'm thinking that this was in here. Of course, Jeffrey Epstein was looking at, the information on Run This Town. Looks like he's looking up the charts of where Run This Town was in other music, of course, right? And other artists, I should say. Not even just Jay-Z. But I'm just thinking about, like I said, the time frame that was of why he would be looking at something with Jay on it. Then this one is, what's this? Just when you thought the Housing Horror Epstein File Bender fiasco couldn't get 639 cross reports on Diddy and Jay-Z with Fox for worse. Not only, what the fuck is this? A bunch of Twitter posts. Oh, okay. I get it. I get it now. Was this an email he was sent? Yeah, it was an email to, not the Epstein, because this was in 2025. This was sent to Juliet Bryant. All the information that had came out about Epstein before the filings and whatnot. This is all the information that was out on him. Not too late for you to come forward to the authorities. Okay, so okay. So reports on Diddy and Jay-Z with Fox glamorizing evil is still evil. She has blood on her hands. Outrage as she parties. So there was something in here on Jay-Z. That's what it says. Okay. So I guess that's pretty much just talking about them being all in the same circle. This right here, glamorizing evil is still evil. She has blood in her hands, outrage as she parties. What's this? The group that should be in the streets has been bought off. What the fuck is this? Oh, okay. Here, okay. So we got some here. All right. So, you want to know why we are not Soy Paulo? Watch the TV ads on the Super Bowl. It's all about hip blacks in hip cars with the white women. The group that should be in the streets has been bought off by Jay-Z. Huh. And this was in 2014. Huh. Hmm. I want to send this to a friend of mine. I'm going to send this document to a friend of mine. Keep this one up. Interesting. So it sounds like they was trying to, if anything, they were planning to take down Jay from 2013, 2014, because they were jealous of how Jay had the power over black media. Interesting. This 992? Yeah, 992. Okay, so we're up to this one. Like I said, we're not gonna go over all 10 pages of this shit, but what is this one? This one's just talking about Jay-Z and Alicia Keys' Empire State of Mind. Once again, another chart reading. What's this? Jay-Z, Justin Timberlake, Mercy Roku, Listen Now, Portugal, September, Jay-Z on sale. Okay, so this was him going to the Barclays Center. Rising stars in electronic scene. Again, him looking at the charts. See, viral chart. Throw your diamonds in the air. Jay-Z. This is more him looking at the charts. No man abducted from her home when she later awoke. Okay, this is the one with the Sean Carter one we wrote. This one about Jay-Z and Meek Mill. I'm seeing more him looking at charts. That's hot on electronica with Jay-Z and Kanye West. More him looking at the chart. Jay-Z and Kanye West. Under the headline, Jay-Z and other celebs ask feds to probe students' 2010 killing. For various celebrities are urging the department. The celebrities among whom were Jay-Z, Rihanna, Pharrell Williams also wrote, the DOJ must truthfully determine whether a pattern in a Okay, so that's what I was trying to figure out earlier and what that was. Okay. Superstars. This unlikely Brooklyn block spawned 4 superstars. Well, let me see. Bono mobilized in 2010. Rihanna and Jay-Z song. Okay, so another chart reading here. Chart reading, chart reading. What's this? What's this one? Let's just say Jay-Z 4. What's that? Oh, it's just similar at the vacation where he's looking at the events and shit. Okay. Wait. What's the email? It says, wear your bounty to Jamaica. Wait, these are islands. Wait, these are all places. Hold on. What's this? Shop New York, wear to Jamaica. Tell yourself you're visiting New York for the culture and avant-garde cuisine if you like. We know the real reason, the shopping. Problem is where to start. We challenged a fashion editor to hit 24 stores, 12 hours, starting at Hyatt 48 Lex. So check her list, snag a hotel room, slip on your sneaks and flex that plastic. Then wear your bounty to Goldeneye Jamaica, a jet setter, staff favorite, and celeb honeypot. With Beyonce and Jay-Z, Kate Moss, and Grace Kelly among the recent guests. Okay, so it's one of just recent guests that had been there. Okay. That's really a nothing burger. Okay, so like I said, some of these are nothing burgers. I'm not going to look through all 10 pages of this shit because, like I said, I've only gotten through maybe 4 or 5 myself just today. I was just trying to see if I found something again that I might have missed through these first like 5 or 6. But yeah, because a lot of these, like I said, are just chart readings. It looks like also to where I said that he's just looking up information on the charts and their names happen to be there. But like I said, it just speaks volumes to me because, again, we see the same thing with Pusha and a few other artists. It's like that further leads to him having business dealings with Spotify, Jeffrey Epstein, and him being able to manipulate what artist does well and what artist does not, if you get what I'm getting at. This email was very interesting, though, in the filings for Jay-Z. Pretty much someone, Jess Stalley, was very jealous of a Jay-Z and decided to vent that out. Jay-Z and other rappers, I should say. He would decide to vent that out to Jeffrey Epstein. All right, we're on 6, so let's go to 7. You see, there's more data. More data. But then this one, right? Oh, I gotta verify again and shit. All right, so this one, you might as well go through all 10. Fuck it. We're here now, right? We're here now. It's 4 in the morning, my time. It's 5 in the morning, some of you guys' time. I have to get to bed soon. I have to go to work in like 6 hours, in like 5 hours and shit. Let me see. What's this one about? The free software movement and hacker ethos leading to such notable pieces as laser tag, white glove tracking, iWriter, and a collaboration with Jay-Z. So this is email he was sent to being, let me see, begin forward message to Jeffrey Epstein. Doesn't say who it's from, but it sounds like it's about Jay digging his hands into the tech world and him following it. This is again him following Jay-Z, having more number ones than the Beatles. The security at major Las Vegas events has been heightened since the 2017 mass shooting, and that the race drew numerous celebrities, including Beyonce and Jay-Z. Security, okay, same thing, security at Las Vegas from the free software. Okay, another thing but the hacker thing. A couple of these things are just mentioning him. And there's him going to the concert again. It's another concert. Okay, so you got Coldplay, Jay-Z. You have Universal Music Studios. What's this? Okay, no. So you have Coldplay here, Barclays. Then you have Best Buy Theater. That's what, me making this clear. Coldplay and Jay-Z, Barclays Center. Next one, Best Buy Theater with Jay-Z. So you got Barclays, then Best Buy Theater, both Jay-Z. There's another article with Jay-Z and Lady Gaga. So the chart reading he's looking at. These 3 right here, all chart readings. So that's another reason, right? Like, it's like, why are you looking at the same thing with the same person? You know what I mean? In different data sets. Like you're following this person's success. You know what I mean? What's this? Airs, quiz, and sex suits. What's his name in a comment or something? Yeah, name probably in a comment or something. Because when I then said you guys have to take yourself, you don't have to be. What's this? America is slipping to number 2. Don't panic. on the radar, Barack Obama. Okay, so I'm guessing Jay-Z is mentioned as Barack Obama one. Because it also mentioned LeBron in that. So, guessing it's really that one more than anything. Yeah, see, because when I then said you guys have to take yourselves more seriously, or you need to have a backup plan in case you don't end up being LeBron or Jay-Z, they might listen. Some more looking at the charts. It's like 4 or 5 of them. Him looking at the charts here. It's the Lady Gaga one. And this last page here just has this. The data sampling. Let me see something. Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah. 91 different results on Jay-Z. Most of them looking at charts of his success. A lot of them looking at, concerts he was going to be performing at. Then you have the email from Jess Stalley saying, jealous of seeing the rappers and everything. Or the Jay-Z's, of course, sort of running and manipulating how the media goes because they listen and follow him, right? That's really what a lot of these emails are about, with the exception of the fact, like I said, the main one about the rape being in there. That one is the bigger one that, of course, everybody is talking about. Like I said, the rest of them are just him following information that contains information about Jay-Z. Similar to what he was looking at with Pharrell, Pusha, just him following different things that are going on in different events with these people involved in it. Doesn't necessarily say or confirms that he was doing business with these people or these people were going around raping people. Doesn't confirm any of that, but allegedly that is what is being seen here, that he had some type of business dealings with all these gentlemen, and he was definitely attending the same places that they were at or planning to attend the same places that they were at. That part is confirmed here from what we looked at in these documents. He definitely was watching Jay's movements to see where Jay was. He was watching Pharrell's movements to see where Jay was, how he was doing, watching Pusha to see how he was doing, and so on and so forth. When you see multiple filings of someone's name and it's not just one or two and they pop up in an ad somewhere or something like that, it's you following data and information on that person at that point. Like I said, 91 filings when I put in Jay-Z, 10 pages of filings on Jay-Z, you know what I mean, on him alone. And Pusha had, 4 or 5, but Pharrell had about 14. You see what I'm saying? Like, the bigger the person, the more their name came up, in a sense. Let me see, just for example, right? I'm pretty sure this is going to have a few hundred results on it. Let me see. Yeah, see, 205 results with Michael in it. And I'm pretty sure it's him again finding information. But then you have little things like this that are in there, of course. And I said to myself, holy shit, 2,500 results involving Bill Gates. 2,500 results involving Bill Gates. Like I said, when you think of things like that, that is you following tabs and information on a certain person for a certain reason, because you are either A, doing business with them, B, you plan to do business with them. You know what I mean? Or you're going to have some type of conversation with these people. And of course, we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein or Harvey Weinstein or even a Bob Weinstein. We're talking about people that would talk business more than they would talk for pleasure. You know what I'm saying? Or they're talking business about pleasure, if you get what I'm saying. Did I have anything else? I guess we probably won't necessarily need to do a part 2 on this. We covered 5 hours of this. And there's, of course, Kanye always talking about Jay-Z having shooters and the let me see. Kanye West, Pusha T, Jay-Z. Where's the video? Here we go.
You take people like Jay-Z and Pusha T, they made their living killing our people. So how the fuck they gonna stand up for our people? You know what I'm saying? But we forget that because we love Jay-Z's music so much. We love Pusha's music so much, right? But you think they would ever, Beyonce had the best hit for somebody else?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You think they would ever tell the truth? No, if they told the truth, I think they'd go to jail. You know what I'm saying? So you have liars.
Man.
Liars are now the face of our culture. You take people.
And with that being said, I think we covered a good meat and potatoes of things, right? We said 4.5 hours of the past of Jay-Z and Harvey Weinstein, how he would know Harvey Weinstein, how or how Push would even be around a Harvey Weinstein. We see how Push would be around a Harvey Weinstein through Pharrell Williams. That simple. That simple. Like I said, of course, the bigger part of the plate is, of course, Jay-Z. Because as you just seen in the email from Just Stally, the bigger benefit is, of course, taking down. Where's my thing number? Duck on you. Told you they messed with my whole thing here. Alright, let me see if I can figure this out. They pretty much, they don't like. Wait, why is my. How long has that been like that? Why is my mic just off? Here we go. Again, bro. And I'm just closing this shit out. Like, come on, bro. It says I'm still live. But I don't hear my microphone. Okay, now I hear my microphone. Like I said, this whole thing's been messing up my Streamlabs and everything. So I'm going to get my ass on out of here. I tried to do a proper leaving of this shit. Hold on. Let me see if I could just get it working again. Because I'm just trying to do a proper closeout. Give me 1 second. My Streamlabs is trying to crash on me. Alright, I'm just going to do this. Get the hell out of here. Play the outro. I shall see y'all on the next one.
Pulling up in that new toy, the wrist on that boy, rock star like Pink Floyd, waving at rude boy, I'm waving at you boy, ran off on the plug too like True Goy, imagine me do boy, you could never do what I do boy, still ducking shit that I did boy, niggas in Paris for a hit boy, these ain't the same type of hits boy, shit can get litter than lit boy, you don't take these type of risks boy, cause this boy been throwing that D like Rich boy, you miss boy, your numbers don't add up on the blow. That was 10 years ago. If you know, you know. Yeah. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. This thing of ours, oh this thing of ours. Her fraternity of drug dealers ringing off. I just happen to be alumni. Too legit, they still looking at me with one eye. The company I keep is not corporate enough. Child rebel soldier, you ain't orphan enough. A rapper turned trapper can morph into us, but a trapper turned rapper can morph into Puff. Dance contest for the smokers. I predict snow Al Roker. If you know, you know. I only ever looked up to Sosa. You all get a bird, this nigga Oprah. Bricklayers in ball shorts, coaching from the side of the ball court. If you know, you know. One stop like a Walmart. We got the tennis balls for the wrong sport. If you know, you know. If you know about the carport, them trap doors supposed to be awkward. If you know, you know. That's the reason we ball for. Circle round twice for the encore. If you know, you know. You ever been hit with the water weight, then had to wait? Do you walk away? If you know, you know. When we all clicking like Golden State, and you and your team are the motorcade. You know, you know.
Untouchable, uncrushable. Running in a 600. Running in a 600. Untouchable, uncrushable. Running in a 600. Running in a 600.
Yeah. I drops every blue moon to separate myself from you kings of the YouTube. I am more YouTube. I am like Bono with the edge. In Mexico, fuck Donald and his pledge. Legend has it, the wrist is magic, the left is Paddock for leaps, replaced by Matsuhisa. Ignore most requests for the feature, unless it's getting played on the beach in Ibiza. While she fucking Nisha, and she sucking Shisha. Can't you see my total? Pam, Kima, Keisha. I'm aiming for the moguls. Why y'all niggas aiming at the locals? And rap niggas broke like them, they mere hopeful. Still wishing on a star. The last one to find out the baby on the cars. The final trilogy of Jaws. The grill's like interior gauze. It feels like steel white. Matching my Sony, looks African on me. They trying to pin this trafficking on me like man on Tony.
See little shit like that lets me further know.
Valentino Summers and wave runners. Chains on my niggas like slave runners. Drug dealers anonymous. How many Madonnas can that Mazda fit? My brick talk is more than obvious, it's ominous. Garage is the phantom. Ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. Blonde mohawk, the collection. I'm Dennis Rodman. The money count is the only moment of silence. Cause hush money balances all this drugs and violence. Hat trick under my mattress. Date I stop steal has an asterisk after it. After all, I can make a call. I can baptize a brick as I wash away my sins like a Catholic. Who the fucking master this? America's nightmares in Flint. Children of a lesser God when your melanin's got a tint. And I can't even mention what I sent or what I spent. Cause my name in 18-wheelers is evidence. I put my booze in them cruise collections. Life's a bitch, A to Z on her shoe collection. Take your pick, paid in full like 86 G's on my body. The new Gucci has less monogram. God's got him. Let he without sin cast the first stone. So I built that all glass quad level first home. Shatter all of your misconceptions. Hold all of the missing weapons. You thought I would miss my blessing. The ultimate misdirection.
Your husband was a drug dealer. For 14 years, he sold crack cocaine.
Federico Fellini in the flesh. Sergio Cicchini inside his mesh. Bitch, I've been bracking since the 80s. Google me, baby, you crazy. 89 in London pulling Benz. Type it in, Google's your friend, bruh. 14-year drug dealer and still counting. Who deserves the medal of freedom is my accountant. He been hula hooping through loopholes, working round shift. IRS shoulda had the townhouses surrounded. Thanks to the lawyers, I marbled the foyer. I tore the floor up, yeah, that's for the koi fish. We been dining on oysters. I walked through the garage, just like multiple choices. I told him pull a Royce up. I'm getting ghosts. I'm hearing noises. I think it's the boys, but I've been banking at Deutsche. We got storefronts, we got employee stubs. We've been opening studios and 40/40s up. The paper trail is gorgeous. Cases we bury some before reasonable doubt drop. The jury hung. Bling bling. Every time I come around your city, bling bling. My tenure took me through Virginia. Ask Teddy Riley about me. Ask the federales about me. Try to build a cell around me. Snatch my nigga Emery up. Try to get him to tell about me. He told 12, give me 12. He told him to go to hell about me. Drug dealers anonymous. Y'all think Uber's the future? Our cars been autonomous. Mules move the drums, take them to different spots. We just call the shots by simply moving our thumbs. I'm a course of miracles with this shit. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. You raggedy bitch. I always knew I was a prophet, but I couldn't.
See, little shit like that lets me further know what it is you really do.
A bullshit, a bullshit, a bullshit, a bullshit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.